Testing 1, 2, 3. We're good. You can hear me. Sorry about that. Hey, Bob.
Good morning.
How are you?
Never better. How about you?
Just perfect. I'm looking at our agenda and trying to see if we have an opening for a quick executive session prior to the to our 10 o'clock action items, because from there we just roll straight on through. And I will be completely honest. It's just an executive session to get on the same page on the script for the agenda going forward in the last part of the day, just to, so we can kind of who's on first sort of discussion, as much as anything, which is not a normal executive session topic, but I'm just trying to think about how to, more just who's on first for our Christmas thing as much as anything else. And we'll protocol for one part of the meeting as well.
I just sent you the luncheon agenda. Did you get that?
I saw that. I have that in front of me right now. I pulled it up and meant to print it, but I didn't yet, just in case.
Well, I thought you wanted to do executive session just to say a massive thanks to Bob, as this is his last BOCC meeting.
Yes, an executive session for, that's right.
For personnel issues.
But I think that we'd like to do that publicly, to put as much embarrassment as possible into it, because he's kind of a grandstander, he likes that attention. He likes to be the focus of all that stuff. And
hence his use of video in our meetings.
Yeah, right. He's such an ostentatious character.
He's actually planning on going home for lunch.
Oh.
All the more reason to do it sooner.
No, I think you have to be present during lunch, Bob, on the Zoom call.
I will be, Beth.
We promise to make it as painful as possible.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And I think I would, if we could, a private discussion, I think we're okay on protocol for the session right before that lunch too, but I just would kind of like to make sure we're on the same page. I just wanted to, in terms of, I wasn't really looking for staff comment during that 11:30 to 12:30 or anything like that. It was just an opportunity to, it's kind of like when you bring somebody in to talk to us about anything, like a retirement plan a week or two ago, where we'll spend 45 minutes listening and learning. And it's sort of like that. It's that kind of an opportunity to learn on a topic that will be coming up in greater detail later on as the year goes on.
Good morning, everyone. Beth, you might want to put Julie over as a panelist. She may.
Yeah, she's the brains of the operation.
Easy.
I had to stand up for my sister.
The whole team, man.
Look at Stoy. He's like, I'm not even talking to you, Beth.
Hello.
Morning. We've had a busy day already here.
What are you guys doing? How much snow are we getting?
I'll check back in just a second. I'm going to take about a minute for a quick phone call here.
You getting snow there, Carl?
No. Tonight, maybe.
Tonight? It's snowing here in Eagle.
Yeah, we may see that later today, but nothing right now. they got the highway shut down. They're paving away like usual.
Oh, wow.
No comment. Holy cow.
It's been
Yeah.
brutal. It's been absolutely brutal this week, but they're working through it, and they're going to pull everybody off today, and hopefully the weekend and holiday travelers will have a clear run at it.
Yeah, we'll see. I know that's what the sheriff wants.
Yeah, it's been an interesting past week anyway.
Beth, notice I have my red Christmas shirt on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I need a stocking hat of some kind.
You need a green bow tie.
Well, if you see Santa Claus running a snowplow, it's just one of my guys.
Gotcha.
See, I have my outfit right here.
We got some festive folks on our end as well.
Nice,
Yeah.
Beth.
I'm going to
Nice.
save mine for the luncheon later.
Yeah, there you go.
I got my Christmas tree up.
We got our tree up. We don't have any decorations on it yet. I don't know if we're even going to do it.
Oh, God.
Well, I'm back. I thought when I came back in, I'd see some other commissioners on screen.
They're sleeping in.
I'm probably going to give away my age here, but looking at the Zoom screen right now, you guys kind of look like Hollywood Squares. Do you remember that TV show? Remember that
To
show?
you, it must look like a very old version of, well, I guess if I look around the,
Here comes Sean. I'm just waiting for George.
I'm playing the part of the silent film star on Hollywood Squares. It's, the old guy they wheeled in, so.
Yeah.
Morning, Sean.
Morning.
Morning.
Let me text George and get him out of bed.
I was thinking this morning, Randy, I think I got the people's business done in half the meetings last year that it took you this year.
Well, thank you for yet another compliment, Sean. I appreciate that. But I guess that
You had a
depends on
busy
how we
year.
define the people's business and what needed to be done versus what didn't. There's that, I suppose.
I just wanted to
I'm
make,
sure that
I've been asked by a few members of the public if this is truly our last meeting of 2020, we can close the book on it or not.
I'm not sure how
Oh.
much difference it really makes at the end of the day. I'm not sure 2021 is going to be that auspicious, at least at the outset.
Oh, I think it is.
Keith, was Brent going to join us as well?
I thought so. I will text him as well.
Thank you.
So I think what we'll kick off, because we're already 5 minutes late right now, I think we'll kick off public comment. Do we have any public comment? And if you wish, you can hit your you can raise your hand, I believe, for any of the attendees who are not on screen with us by clicking on the participants button or hitting it in the Q&A. Seeing none and hearing none, I think we're about to move into our work session, Road and Bridge Capital Improvement Plan and Budget with Carl Schell and Stoy Streepy. Are we waiting on Brent still, I think? Is that right?
Go ahead. I think we can go ahead and get started.
All right. Well, good morning, commissioners. Thanks for sharing some time with us, and good morning to everybody else that's with the group. I've got Stoy with me and Julie Wisnan as well. Just the team here that works on the annual budget. I wanted to make sure everybody's got their packet and information in front of them. We did send a copy of the approved budget for 2021. There's a short memorandum and then a couple of spreadsheets with what we see as future needs moving forward for maintaining the paved roads in the county as they stand now, and what our CIPs look like over the next 20 years. One of the spreadsheets is based on the approved budget from this year moving forward, if it stays the same, and the other budget projection is looking at funds we feel we need appropriated to maintain the pavement in the county and keep it in the shape that it's in now or improve it. So moving forward, everybody does have that info in front of them? Yes? Okay. We'd like to look at this work session as one of a series and hopefully get to meet with you guys on, possibly even a monthly basis and try and work through what we're looking at for future needs with CIPs, kick around some ideas, whether it be bond issues, mill levy increases, but just looking at funding avenues for road and bridge, which is difficult, as everybody knows, with the budget moving forward. But wanted to at least get the conversation moving forward and let you know what we've put together and what the actual projections look like, and then what it would look like moving forward, what a mill means to the department, where we stand right now, and where we feel like we need to be moving forward out through the next decade or two. And we know we're not alone in that. There's many departments that are going to be approaching you this year, but wanted to at least express our concerns with the road projects over the next couple decades and what we can come up with as the best path forward for the county as a whole to keep and maintain the assets that we have, so we can enjoy traveling through the county, that the EMS, sheriff, fire authorities all have access to where they need to go, and be able to maintain what we do now. And because looking forward, we either need to increase funds or we need to reduce services, and that's kind of the bottom line that we're looking at trying to answer. So we're hoping to get some opinions, some ideas moved around today, and hopefully some direction as to what you guys feel our best moves are going forward. We've met with Keith and with Brent, and we're surviving, but it's not going to, with the shortfall with the budget, it's not going to continue. So we need to come up with some answers. I think what I'll do, that being said, I was going to turn things over to Stoy, let him go through the summary on the memorandum quickly, tell you what we've got as far as those spreadsheet information. We can get into that and the budget projections and talk about options moving forward. So if everybody's comfortable with that, I'll turn that over to Stoy and we will work through some of the information and turn it over to you guys for questions.
Thank you, Carl. Yeah, before I get started, kind of going through some of the information we provided there, does anybody have any questions or the commissioners have any questions before I start going through the memo here? So really, just wanted to say thank you again for providing some time for us today to kind of go through this information we've compiled and what we've really done here for the past year or so is really concentrated on doing an evaluation of the road network here in Clear Creek County in an attempt to evaluate the current conditions of our roads and come up with some good information to do some more accurate cost estimating for our future needs and some project planning to help prioritize some of our road and bridge projects. One of the primary things that we did here in 2020 was work with a consultant to provide us with an evaluation of the surface conditions of all our paved roads that the County Road and Bridge Department is maintaining. We have about in our County Road and Bridge maintenance, pavement maintenance program, we've got about 150 lane miles or about 75 centerline miles of paved roads that we're maintaining for the condition of the pavement as well as snow removal and other maintenance concerns there. And so we had a consultant come in and do an evaluation of all of those paved surfaces and really got some good information from that. This is something that's done for most local agencies and other transportation agencies across Colorado. The Colorado Association, Asphalt Pavement Association, sends a survey to all local agencies every year to get information on the local agencies' road networks. It looks like, for that survey information that they have compiled there through this Colorado Asphalt Pavement Association, they've got about 90 local agencies that submit them information on an annual basis there. They give them funding information, the amount of roads that are in their network, as well as reporting the condition, the overall condition of the road network. What we found through our pavement evaluation was really that we've got a index pavement weighted average pavement condition index number of approximately 68, and that's on a scale from 1 to 100. And according to this survey from CAPA, the Colorado Asphalt Pavement Association, the weighted average across these 90 local agencies that report to that association is the weighted average for the pavement condition is 69. And so Clear Creek County is really right in line with our existing conditions of what we're seeing across the state. And our goal, really at this point, some agencies will set a goal, a number, whether it's 60 or 70 or something like that, that they really want to see the road network. We haven't set a precise number on that, but our goal is really to kind of keep a similar condition where we're at. We feel that our roads are in pretty good condition overall, and want to keep them that way. The primary road system we found is in a lot better condition than some of the secondary roads. Again, we're looking at about 75 centerline miles for our total system there. For our primary roads, they take about 60 miles, centerline miles of that, and then for the the secondary roads, it's about 14, 15 centerline miles. And so certainly a lot more in our primary road system. And the primary roads we've seen are in quite a bit better condition than some of the secondary roads. But that's kind of the broad information we got from that pavement evaluation overall. And then, of course, it evaluated the individual roads there that we've used that information to help prioritize the timing of upcoming projects there. In addition to that pavement evaluation, we've done a geotech study on several roads that we identified as the higher priority roads. That geotech survey study really included about 17 centerline miles, mainly of our primary roads that we've got had slated for upcoming projects. We found similar information through that geotechnical study that these roads that were evaluated overall were in fairly good condition, other than some spots where we see some more severe distress, localized distress, such as alligator cracking and other pavement failures that would need kind of for that area to be removed and completely replaced. These roads that we evaluated through that geotechnical study, the recommendations that we received from that study were really that these roads, to extend the life of these roads we evaluated for the next 20 years, the most cost effective projects for these would really be the mill and overlay type of projects to really mill 1.5 to 2 inches typically from the pavement surface, and then just put another similar pavement section down on top of that, really meaning that the structural integrity of the road overall is in pretty good shape, and it's really just that surface condition that we're trying to maintain and improve. So pretty good news from the geotech study overall. Again, that was really just for these 17 centerline miles of projects we've got coming up in the next 5 years or so is really where we see that. Then we, through that geotech study, although it was limited to these 17 miles of roads that we look at, it did include a lot of more broad information as far as pavement maintenance procedures and really what we're looking at to, for cost estimating based on different pavement maintenance procedures. And really we're able to use a lot of that information provided that report to use for the rest of our road system for cost estimating purposes. And so combining the two, we were able to kind of prioritize the roads that we want to do over the next 20 years. We did include the entire paved road network and that 20-year maintenance plan. And so that we would really look at, going through our entire road network over the course of the next 20 years. And then at that point, kind of starting over again through a similar priority list there. And putting that together, we found, and then, a large part of why we wanted to talk with you today and present this information is as we incorporated all that cost estimating information that we had and the priority list, we put it into a matrix just to lay that out over the next 20 years and put our cost estimates in that matrix. And we're finding, as we put that together and really extend that out over the next 20 years, that we've got a fairly significant deficit if we evaluate this based on our current funding level and with the assumption that we'll have a similar funding level for the next 20 years. We found that we had, over that 20-year period, close to a $30 million deficit in order to kind of maintain the existing condition of our pavement surfaces. And that will certainly provide for some concern there with that deficit. Of course, we won't be able to complete the maintenance plans that we have presented here in this matrix. We would have to evaluate other methods to maintain this that would, could maybe provide for shorter term conditions on that could extend the life, for a 10-year period versus a 20-year period. And overall, if we're unable to complete a lot of these projects, we'll just see a general deterioration in the pavement surfaces across the county. And then we'll see the reduced serviceability in these just for, potholes, rutting, different concerns such as that of people driving around the roads. And I think a larger concern for that too is to get us back to a state, if we allow our roads to deteriorate to a certain point, then we face, rather than these typical mill and overlay type projects, then we'll be faced with full reconstruction of some of these roads to get them back into the existing condition that we're seeing now. And based on that same cost estimating and other information that we have, we're looking at, over 3 times in most cases, the cost of reconstructing a pavement surface versus just doing a conventional 2-inch mill and overlay type project. And so the cost becomes quite a bit larger if we allow those roads to deteriorate beyond a certain point, and we're faced to really pull all that pavement surface out and reconstruct it completely. And so I think it's important that we continue to maintain our roads as we have, as we can see through this analysis that we've done. The Road and Bridge Department has done a fairly good job of keeping these pavement conditions in a state that's comparable to the rest of Colorado here, and I think fairly good condition for a local agency and the types of roads that we have here in Clear Creek County. And we'd like to keep them that way. And if we do allow them to deteriorate, rather than the typical mill and overlay conventional type projects and crack sealing and other typical preventative maintenance projects that we see and that we've estimated on this maintenance matrix, we would see a lot more reconstruction projects that would be at a larger expense. And so I think to extend that beyond this 20-year period, we would see a lot larger deficit and funding gap and what the Road and Bridge Department has to spend on these pavement maintenance projects in the future. So that's really kind of an overview of kind of the information we've got this year through that pavement evaluation, through the geotech study, and then the cost estimating and priority list that we've created here. And with that, I guess I'd like to, turn it back over to Carl, I think, to see if he wants to note anything else as far as some other funding information that we've compiled here or anything like that.
All right. Thanks, Stoy. We, I'm just looking at funding revenue, and none of us by any means are experts on what the thought process is moving forward. But looking at a mill levy increase, for instance, the current mills for the Road and Bridge Department are 5.75, and looking at matching this matrix out over the next 20 years, in order to reach that, we're looking at potentially doubling the mills for the Road and Bridge Department in that time frame. So we have run some numbers on that just as to what the mills look like moving forward, but we're really hoping to just turn this open to more of a discussion and Q&A and see what Brent's got to offer, as well as the work that he did with the current budget with us. Julie's done a lot of number running for us internally, so that's the main reason she's on the panel today as well. But we're hoping to look for some, or get guided in some direction from the board as well, to see what their thoughts are as far as how we move the county forward and incorporate the road and bridge in that means too over the next 2 decades.
Hey, Carl, this is Keith. Just a couple quick comments or maybe a question. What we've talked about, and I think what Stoy has presented, it's focused on the primary, the paved roads. And unless I misunderstood, I don't think we've addressed the non-paved roads at this point, and essentially the gravel roads. Is that true, Stoy?
That is true. Yeah, they're really two separate things. We have our typical maintenance of the unpaved road surfaces, and certainly have significant asset value in those. But really, what we're looking at today is these paved roads and the asset value that we've got in these paved surface, which is a very significant asset that we have. And again, we want to maintain that asset rather than let that
Right.
deteriorate to a point where we would have to rebuild that asset.
And my recollection is that when we did talk about the non-paved roads, that we can accommodate the maintenance on those non-paved roads just in our annual budget, if I recall our conversation correctly.
That is accurate, Keith.
Yep.
The large part of maintaining our unpaved roads there comes into play with our equipment operators and the road and bridge equipment
Right.
itself,
Okay.
where they're out there maintaining this. We don't have a whole lot beyond, the aggregate base course that we purchase every year. We don't have a whole lot of outside expense beyond our staff and our equipment.
And then one final question or thought. Carl, you and I talked the other day, and Brent, maybe you could weigh in. Just for our information, based on what we know as far as current or maybe projected property valuation relative to mill levies, how much does one mill, or how much would one mill bring into the road and bridge budget? Just ballpark.
Well, 5.75 mils brings in about $2 million. So 1 mil would be math in my head early in the morning. $500,000.
Yeah. Okay.
Roughly.
Okay, that helps. So 1 mil, if we were to add 1 mil to the road and bridge budget, it would bring in an additional 500,000. Okay.
I think it's more like 350. I have
Yeah.
a calculator though.
Oh, okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Sean. I think you're right. 350. Okay. So that just gives us a sense of comparison, I guess. So thank you.
I have a couple things. First off, I really appreciate you guys doing all this legwork. I know this is super important. We've been talking about it for a long time. And one thing I would like to reinforce is, Carl, your idea of making this a regular discussion next year, whether that's monthly or whatever that looks like. I think we can figure that out. And I have 4 questions. I'll go through them pretty quickly. 5.75 mils for road and bridge. How does that compare to our neighbors, both kind of front range and rural / frontier counties? Does anybody know?
I do not know, but that's something we can
Yeah, we certainly can research that.
research that, and when we talk again, we can probably have that information for you.
Okay. And then the stuff that I tend to hear about in my end of the world is kind of related to those roads around Circle K that got treated some time ago in a manner that we would probably not do again. I think it was maybe chip seal or something like that.
Yeah.
How do
correct.
those assets kind of figure into this equation?
We did actually include those roads as a hard surfaced road. So they are part of the matrix. With the matrix and projections that we did moving forward, those would be up for being improved with a paved surface
Okay.
in the future.
And did we make any assumptions about growth usage, like growth patterns? I mean, some people kind of are saying people's mobility may decrease as a long-term consequence of the pandemic and working at home and all that, and that could imply kind of less usage of our roads. On the other hand, more and more people from all over the universe are moving to our wonderful corner of the world. And I mean, are we making any assumptions about that as respect to how long the roads will last and whether this budget's going to meet our needs?
We haven't really, and traditionally most of the roads around Clear Creek County, the traffic that we see on that, it's typically smaller vehicles, and an adjustment to that number is not really going to impact the condition of the pavement, the long-term condition of the pavement. When we start looking at heavier vehicles and that sort of thing, we'll certainly see deterioration, and we see some of that for Soda Creek Road, where we're going out to the transfer station, or Jones Pass Road or something where we have equipment going up to the mine. But for the most part, the light vehicle traffic, small adjustments to that really won't make a whole lot of difference to our plan.
I gotcha. Last thing, I mean, we're not alone in this. In my travels this summer, I talked to road and bridge people from a lot of different counties, Hinsdale County, a lot of smaller counties, and everybody has the same problem, it seems. Is anybody figuring out a way? I mean, is it really as simple as we got to raise taxes or degrade or let our roads fall into some level of disrepair or unmaintenance? I mean, is it really that simple? I think it probably is.
I think, yeah, the short answer is yes, it is really that simple. And other factors are going to be, really having the amount of paved surfaces and road network within our maintenance program that we're able to maintain properly.
Okay, well, thanks. That's all I have for now.
Yeah, and
I did just want to note on a couple of your questions there, Sean. As far as the chip seal, we have seen some of those roads in the past that we've used a chip seal type condition there. We have seen pretty significant deterioration in most of those roads, and to look at them now, it's questionable whether to really call them a paved road at this point or an unpaved road. But for a lot of those, they've deteriorated to the point where it's not really a looks like a paved surface any longer, but our maintenance of those roads going forward will typically be the same. We may increase the pavement section we put on top of that to provide a little more structural integrity for those surfaces, but really we'll use that existing chip seal as part of the structural section for going forward, and it'll be comparable to an aggregate base course or something of that nature. And then I did want to note that I didn't include it as part of the information we provided you this time, but in an upcoming work session as we move forward, the survey that the CAPRA provides to us and collects this information, they do, as part of that survey, they collect the total capital improvement funds from each of these local agencies, as well as the amount of funds that are dedicated to mill and overlay and other preventative maintenance. And so we do have that survey information that we'll provide to you in the future, and certainly can send it to you anytime. And that does give us some good information as far as comparing Clear Creek County to other counties and other local agencies across Colorado.
Okay, awesome. And one thing I wanted to pass along that you reminded me of, there's a gentleman named Woody. I can't remember his last name, but he lives over by Golden Willow, and he called me a few times about a gap in between his driveway and the chip seal, I think it was. And your crew went out there and deposited some recycled pavement, and he was really happy with the outcome. And I even got a call from another neighbor of his. So just wanted to make sure that you heard some of the good stuff that was going on in our neighborhood too. So thanks for that.
Sure. Thank you for passing that along.
I think one of the questions, Sean's second question was about the usage patterns is important, and we probably, and one of the factors, I don't know if it really affects what we do at the end of the day, and part of it is because we see other usage factors that are increasing as well, which are some of the visitation that we get onto some of our county roads where people also live, in some places that, recreationally are getting beat pretty hard too. So my guess is that we might see some differences in where stuff moves over time, where the wear and tear is a little bit, but we're almost going to have to watch it to see where it happens, because it's pretty hard to predict in some of those places. And I'm not saying there are a lot of them, but it's kind of like that Golden Willow area and stuff like that. There are certain specific areas that we've got to watch what's going on, because we have people living up roads that are picking up, vastly more recreational traffic than residential traffic even. And so keep an eye out for the future. And that's one of the really good reasons for us to keep meeting regularly and consider this to be the challenge that will remain with us for a long time, forever.
I've
That
got
is a good point, Commissioner. Yeah, and on that note, we put this priority list together, and right now, this priority list that we're presenting to you is strictly based on this pavement evaluation that we've done, and really just laying that out on this one number that we've received through this pavement condition index and evaluation that we've done. As we move forward through this 20-year program, whatever that may look like, we're going to account for other factors. Our own individual inspection of these roads, to go out and look at them and that sort of thing, as well as, how these roads are being used. So there's other factors that we would consider and certainly appreciate, direction from the board on some of that too. And it will provide for some adjustments to that priority list that may account for factors outside of just that one index number that we're looking at now.
got a handful of questions here too. And thanks for the presentation and doing all this work evaluating this stuff. I had heard coming into office about a $30 million wish list, and well, here it is. I don't know if I would call it a wish list. This is just what we need to do to continue to enable people to drive. So my first question, can we assume in 20 years, we'll essentially need to restart the process?
That's correct. Yeah, these most of these the information we got through our geotechnical analysis there, they gave us recommendations for both a 10-year service life and a 20-year service life, and that's about as far as the 20-year service life is typically about as far as we can go out for an asphalt pavement type of surface, and yeah, beyond that, it starts to get to a point where it needs to be maintained, have some sort of maintenance, such as a mill and overlay or something like that, beyond typical crack filling and a small surface coat or something like that.
Okay, thank you. And then we've all talked about growth projections. One of the impacts of those growth projections might be that we will be required to pave roads in the future that are currently dirt. I believe there's a law in the books that when you hit a certain number of average daily trips, you have to pave. Is that correct?
I guess I'm not aware of that. I know that with the ADTs that you have to provide dust control for the environment. Carl, maybe you can speak to that.
Yeah, there's
Better than I.
definitely specifications on dust control for gravel roads and whatnot. I am not aware that statutorily or however it's based that we'd have to pave roads. But, the information that we've got in front of the board at this point in time is just maintaining the existing hard surface roads or pavement roads that we have. We have not, with the funding we have, just it does not equate to us being able to add to that list at this point in time anyway. So we're really trying to look for a long-term solution as opposed to a short-term mill levy increase where we can get some projects done, but it does not solve the problem going 20 years out to keep the roads in the shape that they're in now.
And Commissioner Marlin, whether I agree with Carl, I don't know that there's going to be any statutory requirement coming up based on future development or anything that is going to require that the county paved additional roads. That being said, I think there may be a desire to pave additional roads, and that's something that we need to consider. Whether that's from a developer that wants to pave a road there and submit that, or continue having that in the county's maintenance program, even if the cost of paving the road were upfront to be done by a private developer, then that could potentially come into our maintenance program, and we would need to add that to our future maintenance list. And there may be a desire from the county that the county wants to pave an additional road as well. So certainly something to consider.
Okay, thank you. And so I assume what do our efforts look like as far as monitoring traffic levels and determining average daily trips? Do we track that?
We have, to some extent, we have the equipment to collect volumes and speeds on all of our roads. The equipment that we have available to us right now is really the traditional tube type counters that you see laid across the road. They're just these rubber pneumatic tubes that go across. They're hooked to a counting device that will collect information as far as the type of vehicle, the speed, and the volume of vehicles we see in that particular point there. We haven't had a real program in the past. We have collected information just based on, either a project or a desire to get information at a particular point there. Moving forward, we are trying to develop a program where we have go out and collect more consistent counts. We have the equipment to do so. We've hired a new public works engineering technician this year, and he's been training on those pneumatic tube counters, and they those particular counters cannot be used in the wintertime just because of snow plowing and that sort of thing that will come through and tear them up if we place them out in the winter months. But as we get into the spring and early summer, our goal is to create some type of program to more consistently go out and collect some of this information on our roads. Typically, we'll put those out for a week or so at an individual spot, and then use that information over a week, and then sometimes we'll put a seasonal factor or some other factor in there to adjust it. But we take that information we collect over a week's time and interpolate a year's traffic data to give us an AADT or annual average daily trips on a road, which is typically what we use for design purposes and seeing what we have for volumes on particular roads. So we do have the ability to do and have collected information in the past, and want to continue to collect that information and get it more of a consistent basis so we can see changes year over year and that sort of thing.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Randy and Sean. This is my last one that I have written down right now. So I know we've had a number of people from different areas of the county contact us about speeding issues that need a redesign. I know that those projects are not in this matrix. And so maybe this is a statement and not a question, that I would love to see when we do go out and ask for a revenue increase, that those projects are identified and budgeted for as well.
Okay. Yeah, we do try and track some of those problem areas. We know just because of the demographics of Clear Creek County that we've got several intersections in the Evergreen area and the Floyd Hill area that we get concerns sent to us time to time about, where we have guardrail placements, what configurations of some of the intersections are. We're looking at like Greystone and Stagecoach, I think, is one that came up several times this year. We did do some work with a group through the state. Now, I know we talked about that a little bit in the past with LTAP and this safety rider service that they have a traffic engineer for. The LTAP, which is the local assistance program, they dissolved that last year. It was usually run through a extension at CU Boulder. It is now moved to Front Range Community College, and CDOT is the partner in that. So they have revamped that whole program, and it should be available to us here shortly. But that was kind of where some of that traffic engineering questions kind of fell off the radar. It's just because the group we've worked with has been restructured this year. So we're hoping to move forward with some of that as well. But certainly some concerns with that, George. There's definitely some areas, and this year, as odd as it was, just with the increase in, we had times of the year where travel was almost eliminated. We had times of the year where travel was increased to the point where it doubled or tripled in some of our county areas that lead to trailheads and recreation. It's been definitely a challenging year to try and figure out what our most immediate needs are, but it's definitely something we have to take into account moving forward as we see what kind of growth the county has, what areas we can improve on that exist now, and then again, like Stoy said, if the desire to continue paving new roads or existing roads from gravel surfaces to asphalt, it all comes down to funds, to some extent.
And we have, as part of our cost estimating there, we have included some funding in those cost estimates there for drainage improvements, safety related improvements as well. So we, as I did the cost estimate for this, I didn't factor in just the cost of a straight mill and overlay. We have, I tried to incorporate some design cost in there to create some engineer design profile plans and that sort of thing. And then also, most anytime we do any kind of pavement project, we'll go out and do an evaluation of the drainage system, at least the culverts that are under the road, so that we can take a look at those culverts and see if we can replace those if they're due to be replaced before we put a new pavement down and that sort of thing. The same goes for some safety related concerns as we move forward on any of these projects. If there's a particular concern on a road project that's coming up, then as we're in the planning process to do, even if it is just a mill and overlay type of project, we'd like to go and evaluate signs if we need to, or a particular intersection or anything like that, to see if, as we do that new paving project, that we can incorporate, a change in a sign plan if we need to, or intersection layout or something like that. And we do have a small line item that we have for outside services that's tied to this capital improvement project list that we do use and utilize for if we need to hire a consultant to evaluate an intersection or a particular stretch of road or something like that, then we do have some funding available for that. And then for the cost estimating overall, we have tried to incorporate some contingency in there to account for some signage changes and changes, drainage improvements, that sort of thing.
I think one thing that George brought up, the signage changes, especially with the trends we're seeing towards more and more people. I know we should be through with from west of Floyd Hill with the bulk of the construction for some time, the larger projects. But nonetheless, congestion continues. And of course, when we see people jumping off onto our roads, places like Highway 103, Little Bear, Soda Creek, and then with the wreck traffic, some of the areas like, Bard and South Spring Gulch, North Empire, and a few of those. And I don't know what the signage or speed limit work we might do is, but there's some potential for some work to be done there that could be, it's pretty hard to redesign some of those words, but the way we handle speed limits and signage should be, I think, on the radar at least, is and no pun intended. We put some radar out there too, I guess, but anyway, I think it's a really good point. And there are some spots, and I am familiar with the spots that we see in places like Floyd Hill and Witter and Stagecoach and stuff, where there's some spots too where people tend to drive too fast. And I don't know what the solutions are exactly, but those should be part of the mix, all of them.
Yeah, we certainly agree with you on that, and that we have a need for that, and it is a very complex problem, and it's hard for us to go out and say, oh, we'll just change the signs here, and we don't really have the authority. The speed limits are statutorily mandated unless we go and do a specific traffic related engineering study to change a speed limit. Those are really mandated by the Colorado revised statutes for the counties. But we can change those if we do an appropriate study on that. And I think, when we're looking at some of these safety concerns, it's very important for us to consult with somebody that has some direct experience with those type of concerns that can really lead us in a proper direction for any given scenario there. And something that we want to do in the future is allow for some of that work with consultants to get some good direction on whether it's just at an intersection or a speed limit or whatever it may be, or road in general, to work with outside consultants to get some good direction on how best to address some of these safety concerns.
Well, some speed detection and traffic counts to create baseline data, just like we're doing with the environmental work in the county now, is where we've never had the baseline data with baseline data that we can hand to a traffic consultant, we can make, if we can verify and quantify by measuring what we're
Fred
seeing
Smith
with
here
our.
told us the B&H photo helped change his life. Fred, tell us your story.
I was a fitness instructor in Atlanta and I transferred to New York, March 13th, 2020.
Was that me?
Thank you very much.
There was
I
a
don't
window
know.
up there and an ad came on. Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
how'd you know I was out of shape?
Yeah, I didn't, but they're watching all of us, George. It's
I thought that was directed at me.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. And that's a very good point, and something we've discussed at the Road and Bridge Department as well. Particularly, I know Carl brought up, we've had some concerns with this intersection at Greystone and Stagecoach, just for an example, some speed-related concerns on roads such as Witter Gulch Road, where people, the residents there, feel like there's a lot of travelers going through there and not at an appropriate speed. And that is a very good point. We have the tools here where we can go out and collect that information, get the traffic counts coming into a particular intersection, or get the traffic volumes and counts and speeds on a road such as Witter Gulch, and be able to provide that information to a consultant to help reduce the cost of what that consultant needs to go, the information they need to collect, and then they can really just help us with evaluating that data that we can collect it internally.
right. Some of this isn't rocket surgery. It's just, they can see it happening. They report it to us. We drive out, we see it happening. The sheriff sees it. We know it's going on. There's a high prevalence. So counting a little bit of it and then creating a reasonable, response to it, whether it's a speed limit or something. And if we have to pass an ordinance for that area, then we can do that for that spot in the road if we've documented why. Any other comments, questions?
I just sent an email out to CCI, our friends at CCI, to see if they have a comprehensive list of all the road and bridge mill levies throughout the state. So hopefully we can get some information from our friends at CCI.
We can reach out to Cars as well.
I think it's in that wonderful 200-page. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm a little slow. I didn't get started talking.
I think Beth is looking right now. The CCI book. But anyway, we'll see what they respond with. And as Carl said, Carl and his team can reach out to CARS, which is, I forget what the acronym for CARS is. It's the Colorado
Association of Supervisors and Road
Supervisors and Engineers.
There you go.
They might have a list as well. So we'll see what we can come up with. But I did appreciate Carl's introductory comments about, this is just the start of the conversation. We're going to, as I think someone suggested, maybe once a month or once every month and a half or so, we'll come back around with more information and try to start to crystallize a game plan. Obviously, if we are going to consider any kind of mill levy adjustment, a couple thoughts on that. Number one, usually it takes more than one shot at that with the voters. So we just need to keep that in mind. And then number two, as you are all aware, there's other districts, the fire authority. I don't know. I see Mitch on the call. I don't know if the school district is thinking about any mill levy increases in any of the upcoming elections, but we always have to take that into consideration as far as what kind of, for lack of better term, competition is out there relative to mill levies. So we just, we need to strategize a little bit on going to the voters, if that's a direction we want to go.
What I would add to that really quickly is I believe we've had some past successes that were related to bonding projects that were very specific and named. So, we have to keep that in mind as well.
I want to point out a question that I don't know we need an immediate answer to. Mitch Houston, thanks for typing this in here. Are these expenses estimated in 2020 dollars? And are we taking into account inflation over a 20-year plan?
They are estimated at current pricing, which will have certainly the potential, just the typical inflation value. CDOT is using, I think, 4%. The latest plans I've seen from them, they use a 4% annual increase on a lot of their project estimating. I have not included a 4% or other increase based on inflation for this particular plan. And there's certainly a lot of other factors in there to consider too, just cost of materials and cost of construction at any given time. But no, I have not accounted for any kind of cost of inflation in this.
Well, if that concludes our session, we have time for about a 5-minute break before our 10 o'clock. If we're up for that, thanks a lot, Carl and Stoy, for being here today, and Julie, and presenting this for us and being available to answer our questions. And look forward to setting up it's not that we talk infrequently, but having a regular revisit to solutions to some of these budgeting problems we've identified.
Yeah, absolutely, Randy. I think moving into 2021, regardless of what this upcoming year brings us, that I'd like to try and set up a recurring meeting with staff and the board.
I think so. And I don't know if monthly, Sean mentioned monthly, and that could be, that might be, considering the amount of time it takes to do the work also.
Sometimes it's hard to do.
From a standpoint, it might be bi-monthly or quarterly or whatever, but whatever we can agree on would be a good thing to do so that we're always churning information and coming up with a new research project to keep you busy. So.
No,
Yeah, one thing I was thinking, I'm not saying we should put something on the ballot in 2021, but I also don't want to eliminate that as a possibility either.
Right.
So it might make sense to kind of front load this a little bit in the new year and see where we're at,
Yeah. Oh, front load the meetings you're talking about, like do a little more frequency early on to just get our heads wrapped around that. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Well, and let us know as you think about this, let Carl and Julie know, and Stoy, if you have input, questions, so that as we have these work sessions, we can cover whatever ideas, questions, comments, input that you have. So feel free to reach out to all of us as we move forward.
Right. Well, we now have time for a 3-minute break or so. So we'll see you back here at or about 10 o'clock.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carl, you are not muted.
I think I need to get some stage lighting for these Zoom meetings. It's just. As the day goes on, the sun hits the blind and starts, like blinding you on one side, and you need something to balance it.
It is the thing. You can get them on Amazon for like 10 or 15 bucks.
I didn't even realize it until you sent me a text in a meeting one day about some lighting that somebody had in the meeting. It hadn't even occurred to me that I realized people were actually setting up lights to balance their lighting and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was a call. I saw some state senator kind of reach up, and all of a sudden she lit up like crazy. I'm like,
I think I'm lit up by my computer monitors.
There's that,
Yeah.
for sure.
Brent, it's just your glow.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's natural.
I noted in the evening that as the sun goes down, I don't like having the light on here because it's a really bright overhead light, but I have to use it in the evenings. And so as the light's going down on this window over here and the monitor's lighting my face, pretty soon it's just on this eerie white, my face and hair is just this eerie white glow in the dark. It's a little spooky. So, well, it is 10:02. So the next item is our consent agenda. We have quite a long one today, so I'll read all 12 items. Number 1, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Number 2, consideration approval of resolution 20-119, resolution to adopt the 2021 compensation plan for county employees and sheriff's office employees. Number 3, consideration of approval of resolution 20-120, resolution adopting guidelines for the 2021 compensation plan for county employees and the sheriff's compensation plan. Number 4, consideration of approval of 20-122, resolution increasing the salary for the position of district attorney in the Colorado 5th Judicial District. Number 5, consideration of approval of 20-20 road inventory and road system mileage certification report for the 2021 allocation of HUTF highway user transportation fund. Consideration of approval of 20-21 Evergreen Fire Protection District ambulance license. Number 7, consideration of approval of grant of easement from Miguel Palafox Pineda. Number 8, consideration of approval of permanent easement between Clear Creek County and the Department of Transportation. Number 9, consideration of approval of quitclaim deed between Clear Creek County and the Department of Transportation. Number 10, consideration of approval of 20-124 resolution in appreciation of meritorious service. Number 11, consideration approval of Delta Dental Benefits contract for Clear Creek County. Number 12, consideration of approval of application for amended group coverage between Clear Creek County and Cigna Health and Life Insurance Company. Do we have any questions about any of these 12 agenda items? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I move we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Board of Health consent agenda, now sitting as the Board of Health. Consideration of approval of Board of Health Resolution 20-08, amending the standing public health order requiring facial coverings in public where social distancing cannot be maintained and facilitating contact tracing. And I think what would be appropriate here would be to read what that, or for Bob to tell us what that change is for the public.
Well, I don't think that we've changed the order. We've extended it. The order that you last adopted expires on the 31st, and consulting with Dr. Ryan, he felt that the order should continue beyond that time. And so what we've done is simply we've updated, the data that appears in this order, but otherwise it is the same order, and we set it up the same way as this last order, it is set up to continue for 3 months to March 31.
Okay. And I just, since it said in here amending the public health order, I just wanted to make sure we had a clear explanation for the public that's listening in. So,
The amendment was really the data, because it's current data now.
the data and the extension of time.
Yes.
And I just want to point out, Emma, we had this conversation before, you know, should the virus disappear overnight, as some in the past have suggested could happen, that we could always lift this order. We're not obligated to keep it in place for 3 months, right?
That is correct. It just seemed like it might be convenient to do it for a block of time that seems reasonably predictable, but absolutely you can make changes whenever you feel it's appropriate to do so.
Okay, yeah, to me, I think 3 months is fine.
Okay. That said, do we have a motion?
I was digging way
I
down.
move we approve Board of Health Resolution number 20-08.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Additional Board of County Commissioner action items, a consideration of approval of 20-114, resolution to certify tax levies for Clear Creek County. Brent Worthington.
You're on mute.
You're muted, Brent.
This is the annual approval of the certification of mill levies for the taxing jurisdictions that fall within Clear Creek County. I've received the mill levy certifications from each of these jurisdictions, inserted them into the DOLA form that is attached to this agenda item. After board approval, the next step is to send this down to the state so that they have it recorded on file.
Do I have a motion or any discussion?
No discussion from me, Sean.
Nope. I move we approve resolution 20-114 certifying tax levies for Clear Creek County.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Consideration of approval of Wildlife Protection Task Force reimbursement for Office of Emergency Management. Suzanne Bocha.
Wildfire.
Hi, yeah, it's
Did I fail to say wildfire? What did I say?
it was wildlife. Believe it or not, we get a
Oh, yeah,
number
yeah,
of
yeah,
people that reference it as wildlife. Yeah, it's our county wildfire mitigation grant. And in talking with Keith, essentially I followed the same process as last year. It turns out because it's under $50,000, we don't actually need your guys' approval. So, but just want to use this as a opportunity to give you a very, very brief, it will not be 15 minutes, just overview of what mitigation actions were taken by 4 communities in Clear Creek that spent a total of, well, they spent double this, but we are reimbursing 50%. So we are reimbursing $49,739.77 out of the $50,000 grant. That is quite amazing. So as a reminder, what this is the we receive applications from different neighborhood groups about the types of wildfire mitigation actions they'd like to take on their properties, and they do it as a group, as a community. So essentially they invest in their property in wildfire mitigation, and if it meets all the criteria that our application lays out, then we as the county reimburse 50% of their costs. This year we had 4 communities that were awarded different sums of money based on their applications. So we had Echo Hills, Floyd Hill, Upper Bear, and Upper Witter. So that was really encouraging to see some communities apply that we hadn't heard from before, or that hadn't, been able to coordinate to get an application in before. These 4 communities spent a total of 1,276 hours doing this mitigation work. What they do is they, engage mitigation contractors, and they take photos of before and after about how their property is better protected against wildfire, which, as it currently stands in our county hazard mitigation plan, is our #1 risk in the county. So that is where we are. And at this point, it's a, informational piece. And I want to thank Jane Thomas. She ran this whole thing. With COVID, it was really difficult to keep on top of this, but she did an amazing job in doing this and coordinating with our communities and providing some flexibility since this starts, early summer, and that's when we had a lot of the restrictions related to COVID. So it was working with these communities to figure out how can we help them implement these mitigation measures and get these things done during COVID. So amazing work by Jane, but also amazing work by these 4 communities to be able to make that happen during COVID. So unless you have any questions, that's all I had.
I had a question. First off, I really appreciate the program, and I saw some of the work that happened in my neighborhood, and a lot of sweat equity was put in by some of the folks that live there who really care about protecting their homes and their neighbors' homes. So I think it's a great program. I know that I think a couple of them have happened in my area. What's next? Where do you think, because part of it, I think we should probably be in the business of encouraging communities to, or at least making sure they're aware of what's happened and that this is an opportunity for them to prepare themselves for, possible future fire seasons. Like, what communities do you think we should be kind of reaching out to right now?
Yeah, that's a great question, Sean. And so this is the second round of this grant program that I've been a part of since I started here. And that's one of those questions that I'd really like us to pursue is right now we have it just open to folks to be able to apply, and that is fantastic. But do we need to do a more targeted approach to specific areas within the county? And while there isn't necessarily an answer, and I don't want to use COVID as the only excuse, but that has taken up most of our time this year. Usually what we do is put out the application. Well, we try to get it out in February. This year we got it out in April because February is when everything was ramping up for our COVID response. So between now and when we would like to put our application out, I would like to have some conversations with our fire authority, with you all and the county commissioners to figure out what would be a good approach. And when I talked with sometime last year, a representative from the State Fire Service about different data points that they have, because they are looking at something similar to what you're talking about. Where should counties try to target at least areas, if not neighborhoods, general areas a little bit more to get a little more bang for our buck, if you will. So there isn't an answer right now, Sean, but I like the question and I really welcome a conversation probably mid-January, I'm thinking, if we can put something together to talk about it. Because while this investment has been amazing, I think it's the 6th year it's been done within Clear Creek County. It deserves looking at because also what our GIS department has graciously offered to do is plot all these places on a map of where we have applied these funds so far. And that is one data point that we can look at. But yeah, I'd like to do that to see how we can adjust or revise this to benefit more Clear Creek.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I'm not at all criticizing the process we have.
Yeah.
I think having a merit-based process where we choose the best application is absolutely what we should continue to do. I want to be more informed. So if there's anything that I can do to socialize this in areas that we think have the greatest potential for benefit. You know, that wouldn't be something that I would expect your team to do, Suzanne, but you know, maybe the commissioners or other staff can help too. But thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
I'd just like to make a quick comment. In the past, traditionally, what we've done is given these grants out to areas that have CWPIPs, the Wildland Fire Protection Implementation Plans. And that's how we've based on who we distribute these grant applications to. So that might be something also in the future that might want to be looked at to be changed, you know, and not just limited to those groups.
Yeah, and I know that Evergreen Fire passed a series of mill levies and have really staffed up their wildland response and have a lot of resources now that other neighboring departments don't have. So that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's something to, I think, for us to look at. I know it's already been mentioned, so I'm just repeating other words, but knowing what our partners, we have 2 different fire protection partners that cover Clear Creek County, and knowing what their interest is in participating, it might not be the same. And so we might have to treat the different areas differently.
Well, we are considering consideration of approval of this wildfire protection task force reimbursement. Do we need to have a motion on this?
I don't think so, Randy. I think this is more just a FYI, kind of an update for the board. The dollar amount is such that it's within my authority to go ahead and sign off on,
All right. Well, the way it was listed on here.
Right. I appreciate that.
Okay. And if it's okay, we can go early to the next item at 10:30, the consideration of approval of Healthy Families and Workplace Act implementation for Clear Creek County employees with Kate. Do we have any reason to hold on that until 10:30? Because we can roll right on through.
Yes, you can.
Sean threw down the gauntlet this morning when he told me how much faster he got through stuff in his year doing this.
I just mentioned I had half the meetings last year. That's all. Just saying.
Yeah, we just didn't have as much stuff to do when you were chair. That's all.
All right.
It's been a busy year.
Yeah.
So good morning, board. Yes, I am put before you a new paid sick leave policy for our employees based upon the Healthy Families and Workplace Act that was passed and voted on. It's supposed to be a paid sick leave that the state of Colorado has now, and I wanted to basically, because this paid sick leave covers literally every person, not just a person with 30 hours per week or 20 hours per week or whatever hours per week. They are supposed to be covered based upon their prorated scheduled work hours per week of some time of a paid sick leave. And that is the reason why I did not consider our PTO plan to be okay to use with this. It would be too confusing to try and set up basically a different set of rules for the PTO, for everybody else, and then throw in those folks who don't fit that eligibility rule for our PTO. So literally I have set up a separate, following the HFWA law, so that it just literally follows that exactly what they were suggesting that we give to our employees. And then, you know, we had talked, meaning Keith and Brent and I had been talking about doing some sort of a sick leave sometime late in 2019, but this just kind of, it was like, well, there you go. We have a sick leave, and we'll just go with what they suggest that we're supposed to have. So that's why this is created the way it is.
Seems pretty straightforward. I don't have any questions or comments.
Me neither.
So I note it says consideration of approval again, but there is not a resolution number or anything on this. Is this like the last one? Is this a direction to staff, or what do we need to do with this?
You need to, I think, adopt this policy. I noticed that there isn't any signature line or anything like that, but we need the formal approval of the policy. And as Ms. Gramillion points out, it creates a sick leave taking, so it'll be side by side with the PTO that we've always had.
Mm-hmm.
I added a signature line to it so we can get it recorded. Kate, if that's okay.
Yes, that's certainly fine. Thank you.
Excuse me. I'm rolling down to that on the. So if that, in that case, do we have a motion?
I move we approve the paid sick leave policy effective January 1st, 2021.
Right.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And with that, we have 7 minutes.
We have
Until
37
our,
minutes.
Until our, well, actually more than that, we have 37 minutes. Until our 11 o'clock COVID update. Do we wish to take a break, or do we want to do a brief executive session? Bob, do you have anything?
I thought he sent a memo out, didn't he? A few days ago.
Yeah.
I do, and I've got a couple that require guests, but I've got a couple that we could do without guests.
Okay, then I move that we move into executive session for the following purposes.
You got to get them all out of the way now, Bob. This is your last meeting.
Oh, well, this is going to be about 6 hours then. The purchase, discussion of the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real personal or other property interest pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub A. Conference with attorney for the public body for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to litigation and roads. Pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub B, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation, or determining negotiating strategies, or instructing negotiators pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub E, in personnel matters but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or the discussions of personnel policies generally pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub F.
You are clearing the deck. Second.
You're muted,
We'll
Randy.
now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept of the session, and we'll
We're
be.
supposed to vote, aren't we?
What's that?
We're supposed to vote to go into executive session.
Oh, yeah, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We'll now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept of the session. And we'll be back here at 11 o'clock for our COVID update, and perhaps a little early.
Ho, ho, ho.
We have concluded our executive session and no written minutes were kept of that session. And I don't see George here. He was right behind me getting off over there. There he is. He's in. All right. So our next item, and we want to make sure we're on time for our 11:30 today. So for our next item, we have our COVID report. And so Tim and Suzanne, please take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Ho, ho, ho. So we'll go through the numbers first, starting with the national numbers. We are in a sad place. We are at 18 plus million confirmed cases, with 1.5 million new cases in the last 7 days alone across the US. The number of new cases has now exceeded 211,000 each day for the last week. And 48 states are currently experiencing elevated numbers of cases. Hospitalizations, significant increases have been seen across the country with an average of 4,000 plus new admits per day and a total of 113 plus thousand hospitalized as of Monday. That was yesterday. Fatalities, we're at 320,000 deaths. Remember when it was just one? Now we're at 320. Increasing rate is weekly with an average, with significant increases in the coming weeks. The current rate is around 2,600 fatalities per day. And we've had 18,564 fatalities in the last 7 days. Test positivity rate across the country is 11.2%, an increase from last week. Major contributing factors to the spread: human behavior. Half the country still believes that this is not real and they do not wear masks or consider it to be of significance. In addition to that, social gatherings and travel. The holiday weekend played out as most experts planned, or most experts suggested. It did not occur in Colorado the way they suggested, but across the country it did. In Colorado, the current number of daily cases has slightly decreased from last week. However, it still remains high, in excess of 2,800 per day. The 2-week cumulative incident rate is a little over 1,000 at 1,038 per 100,000. Hospitalizations increases across the state were seen, but projections suggest that this is incorrect, are coming down in the next several weeks. We'll see what Christmas plays out. Currently, 42% of ICU ventilators are in use across the state, with 6% of hospitals anticipating an ICU bed shortage within the next week. Facilities anticipating staff shortages within the next week is around 21% across the state. Currently, we have 1,253 individuals hospitalized for COVID, and the test positivity rate here in Colorado is 7.5% across the state. Major contributing factors continue to be lack of mask wearing, social gatherings, and travel. I think there's been 1 million people traveling each day over the last 3 days. Statewide, have not gotten modeling this week. I think they've taken the week off. Here in Clear Creek County, our case count over the last 7 days has been 24 cases, slight increase from prior weeks, 40 in total for the last 2 weeks, or a sum total of 257 to date. We are not currently anticipating or currently waiting for any test results, no outstanding test results. We have 16 hospitalizations in total, so 2 additional ones from last week. Currently 2 fatalities and holding. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate has crept, it's sort of varying between 380 and 420, 450. It's at 410 per 100,000 at this point. Our test positivity rate has decreased, which is great. It's down to 5.6%. Maybe major contributing factors contributing to the spread. Again, social gatherings, travel, and lack of masks. People are still having folks from out of town stay with them and visiting with other people, despite suggestions otherwise. Testing updates, we are having the curative test tomorrow. Testing van in Idaho Springs. Please register beforehand to make sure that it goes as quickly as possible. And we will continue to test throughout the next coming weeks. Our schedule is up on our website as well as our Facebook page. Areas of update. Hospital of update, I don't have one at this point. Vaccine update, I am absolutely tickled to announce that vaccines have arrived. We have received 10 vials with 10 doses in each vial. We will be distributing those into people's arms tomorrow morning, starting at 9 a.m. Those folks who are getting the vaccine have already been notified and are all set to go. So it will include all the first responders, or it will include all of first responders, EMS, law enforcement, fire, some of the public health staff, and a few others. Hopefully, and we have not gotten any confirmation yet, we will be receiving this allotment each week. We don't yet know. We have not been able to confirm that. So we'll start with this 100 and go from there. Any questions at this point?
Is it the Moderna vaccine, Tim?
It is, yep. It's the Moderna vaccine. So it's a 2-shot regimen that's required 28 days apart. So tomorrow will be the first vaccination, and then 28 days later we'll give the second. So, and we'll continue on that with each of the groups.
So is it your expectation that we'll always be getting the Moderna, or who knows?
That, if I had to guess, that would be my guess. We have gotten no indication at all that we're going to be receiving Pfizer vaccine. And I believe that the state is going to be sending them to those that have already received the Pfizer vaccine, i.e. they have cold storage capacity and those sorts of things. So, and I'm fine with the Moderna. We can literally, when we get it, we can put it in the refrigerator so it's thawed by tomorrow. and then distribute it in the single day is our plan.
Awesome.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
Hey, Doc, I've been getting a lot of questions about, is the first shot the same dose as the second shot, or do they lessen the vaccine? I've had
Yeah, I believe the dosage is the same from shot 1 and shot 2 are almost identical.
All right, thank you.
I have a related question. How have you seen the flu vaccinations going this year so far in the county?
Pretty good. We just distributed 30 last week at the Loveland test site and vaccination. So we disseminated 30 flu vaccines. We do still have some in stock and available. So if anybody does want one, please contact us and we'll get you set up to get that. It's free of charge. As easy as rolling your sleeve up.
And I also have a brief update from the Emergency Operations Center side. Very brief. We continue our twice a week EOC coordination meetings. They're going very well, and it is nice to hear when we ask if there are any needs that any of the first responder or other coordinating agencies or special districts have. There aren't any needs. There aren't any staff needs or PPE needs, which is really great to hear. We're still doing that weekly monitoring of PPE. We're still in very good shape with that. And I will say, I'm very excited to announce that we had requested, I'd worked through the state requesting National Guard support again, as we had before. And this was based on talking with the folks in the EOC group of what we might need moving forward. I haven't received the email yet, but by confirming over the phone with the National Guard, Lieutenant Colonel, we are confirmed that we will be receiving 2 National Guard folks starting January 4th to support us. And the most exciting part of this news for us is it is Yoho and Alex. They are both coming back. So I told the National Guard, I didn't request them by name. It's not really a effective way to do that. We tell them what we need, what skills we need, and the National Guard finds it for us. They moved really quickly on this request, and they determined that one of the best ways they can support us is to provide that continuity of personnel. So very excited about that. They will both, it's the same process as before. They both will be assigned to the EOC, as that is their stated mission, and they will support us in logistics and in including our sites, vaccination sites and testing sites as we need, and also in the planning in the EOC. We have a lot of things that we have learned from this pandemic that we need to update a lot of our documentation with, our plans, our standard operating procedures, our checklists. So they, right now the plan is for them to be supporting Clear Creek County through the end of March. As we did before, we'll just continue to assess Clear Creek County's needs and their workloads and see where we are with that. So very, very pleased to be able to announce that. And that is really all that I have.
Any more questions?
I have another question, and I know we're nowhere near herd immunity. Do we have any idea, Tim, like what percentage of the county folks have had it or been, have an immune response?
At this point, Sean, it would be a guess, primarily because we have those who have tested positive that we know about, and we can guesstimate in terms of the number of people who had it, who are asymptomatic as an example, and estimate those sorts of numbers. But my guess is it probably mirrors what we're seeing in the state, and that's current estimate that I saw last week was around 16 or 17% of the population.
And real quick, how about the ski areas? Do you have any, what have you heard about kind of the operation of the ski areas and and how that's going from a public health perspective here in Clear Creek.
I spoke to both of the operators this week, Fred over at Echo Mountain and Rob over at Loveland. Both reports going very well. As you know, Echo doesn't really have a lot of restaurant or any of that sort of thing, so it's primarily skiing and tubing. And then at Loveland, similarly, they have not opened the restaurant. Even with the most recent variants, they decided this next week to not open the restaurants or the food court, if you will. So it's all limited outside, and reports are it's going quite well.
I have a question related, and I apologize that my camera is off. My internet connection is a little slow, so hopefully you all can hear me okay.
Yep.
Okay. About our newfound status with restaurants being in orange. As cases fluctuate, specifically if they rise, do we have any indication from the state, or is there like a set date that we'll do a reevaluation of that decision, or just what's on the horizon with that decision?
Good question, George. No, the response that I got from the state did not include a time frame. My guess is if we start to go above that 450 mark, that we're fluctuating between 380 and 450 on any given week. If we go above that, I might get a call from them to further discuss that variance and what things are looking like on the ground. So nothing hard and fast that was written. So we'll have to play it by ear and see what happens as we go.
And this kind of goes without saying, obviously, as has always been the case, staying healthy, staying safe, observing these guidelines is a great way to keep our economy open. The only way.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And I think I said it the first week I was here. Somebody asked where my loyalties lie, with the economy or with health. And as I stated then and several times since then, it's a marriage and a very fine balance and give and take. And you cannot have a healthy economy without having a healthy population. It just doesn't work, and vice versa. So it's a very fine balance, as we know, particularly in our county. Literally all it takes is one person making a bad decision and suddenly 4 additional people have COVID, and those will push our numbers in the wrong direction. So everybody has to do their part, and restaurants now are aware and to do their most due diligence and make sure that everyone is as safe as possible. But as we know, it's the behavior that goes on outside the restaurants, people's personal behavior and employees that work there, et cetera, that will have the greatest impact on whether we are open or closed. I don't have a magic wand, as I said when I started this job. So it's up to everyone in the county to do their part. My advice for this Christmas holiday is the same as it was for Thanksgiving and for Halloween. Please do not have social gatherings in your home. Do a virtual one. Please do not get together with others that are outside of your home. I promise you that this next Christmas, next year, will not be like this if we all do our part. And this one Christmas will have to be an exception and make it that way, as we did with Thanksgiving. I think what we saw in Colorado over the Thanksgiving is that people heeded that advice to a great extent. And the bump that we saw in cases was not what the models were suggesting based on behavior prior to Thanksgiving. So kudos to Colorado and everyone in Colorado, including our county. And I hope that Christmas is similar. A little bit bigger time frame. It's 6 or 7 or 8 days as opposed to 3. But we hope that people can heed that same advice that they did at Thanksgiving, and stay home and enjoy time with your family. I know it's been 10 months and some people are ready to move on, but we're not quite there yet. And with these vaccines, the impact is going to take a little while to show. It's going to take, to Sean's point, a few more doses of this vaccine to get into our county to really start to see the public health impact of those vaccine distribution. So please.
Yeah, I'm of course we we each are going to make our own choices about how we choose to do that. And I know personally on my end, I am going to continue to order from restaurants. I'm going to personally refrain from indoor dining for two reasons. The first is I'll be able to be a little safer by not hanging out in there for an extra, regardless of the care that all the restaurants will be taking to be really careful. And I know they will, but there's still that element of being inside that building with people for a long period of time. And as Tim's explained, that carries a risk with it. And this, I've heard the same from Jill Ryan at CDPHE as recently as the last couple of days. That said, though, I want to patronize those establishments and want them to succeed. So to keep myself safe, I'm going to order takeout a lot and leave a big tip when I pick it up at the door. And but also because I can leave that 25% of those few tables that they do have available for the other people that'll be standing in line over this Christmas holiday to get a table, assuming that they'll have a higher volume because I patronize their restaurant but left their tables indoor open for their traveling public coming through. And hopefully that increases their bottom line and keeps us safe too.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Can I ask, we talk a lot about indoors versus outdoors. For those who are considering, hanging out in the front yard outside for an hour with family, what are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. Outside is obviously much better than inside. And hanging out with your family outside, throwing snowballs at each other is a great way to let off steam, unless you get hit in the face. And a great way to be social and still spend time with your family and minimize that risk. That's really what it's all about. As long as you're not in very close contact and hugging people and that sort of thing, being outside and doing those sort of winter things, this is the time to do them. So I would recommend that. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
We've got a question in the chat line about the new strain that's coming out of Britain.
Yes, it has a funny accent. No. Right now, Pfizer and Moderna are both testing their vaccines with that new strain. Viruses mutate all the time. This isn't uncommon. The COVID-19 has mutated. This isn't the first time it's mutated. The good news is the spike protein that the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccine, this same spike protein exists on the mutation. So the vaccines have a way to get into your cells and into those the potential COVID-19 cells, even though they're mutated. I don't know that there's reason to be concerned at this point until they have a sense of really how much changed is it, and does the vaccine still work? If the vaccine still works, I don't think that there's any concern. From what I've heard anecdotally, it's not any more deadly, and it seems to transmit a little bit more, but I haven't seen any evidence to that so far. So we'll have to see. The CDC is also regularly monitoring samples that are taken across the United States, and this is how Britain discovered this. And so the CDC is doing that actively as well in the United States. So.
Well, any other questions? If not, it looks like we have about a 7-minute break before our 11:30.
Did you guys want me to mention about the 5-star program? I did learn a little bit something yesterday. I think that's completely relevant to us.
Sure, please. I think that's important, right?
How we move forward. So in speaking to CDPHE yesterday, Right now, because of our variance, technically we're at the red level in our incidents as we've discussed. And because we're at red level, the relaxation in the opening of restaurants at 25% is basically allowing us to operate in the orange level in restaurants while we're technically at the red level. So right now, Clear Creek County would not qualify for the 5-star program because CDPHE would not allow us in red to operate what would essentially be in yellow. We're not allowed to go down 2 levels in that. So we're technically in red, operating in orange as far as the restaurants are concerned. It would only be available and we would only be eligible if our numbers maintained at 350 or below for that 2-week period. It would only be then we could apply for what would essentially be yellow restrictions. So right now we do not have that ability as far as applying for the 5-star program. Do I think it's worthwhile beginning that process in terms of organization and discussions and businesses, et cetera? Absolutely. It can't hurt, but right now applying for it would be in vain because we wouldn't qualify for it.
So basically, it sounds like we've pretty well been given what we would have gotten with a 5-star program in terms of our ability to be open. What the 5-star program would have been was another way to move, essentially in terms of capacity, to about where we're. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, from one level to another. That's basically what it is. So if we're in orange, it would allow us to work or operate in the yellow. And in this case, we're in red. It's allowing us to operate in orange. Yeah, without the bureaucratic challenges and extra work, and without any additional funding or resources. So.
One thing I'll note is it does appear that there's a few counties in the state that don't appear to be held to that standard. And I think what might make sense is for the commissioners to see if we can have some private conversations to look into that a little bit further. But I don't think from a public health perspective, it would make sense, Tim, for you to pursue that.
No, I agree. Yeah, the inequity is the word of the year, I think.
I think it begs the question, you know, if somebody gets something we don't get, is it better for us to have it or not have it? And should they have had it? That's sorting that out.
I agree with the general sentiment that we should be preparing this program alongside an evaluation of who it benefits and how we can design it in a way that the administrative burden matches the benefits. I'm not sure how to engage that process. My top goal would be that it doesn't take any of our public health bandwidth. So I don't know if, I don't know where to take it. I do know that there's a group of restaurant owners. We all know there's a group of restaurant owners that are working on this.
Yeah, my quick comment, I know in Grand County, their chamber played a really critical role. I don't think that our chamber is in a position to do that, but, CCEDC, business owners, I do think it would make sense for us to continue this conversation and figure out how the county can support their efforts. But I do think the county's not going to be able to do this heavy lift all by ourselves.
Agreed.
And there's some, I think I have heard, and so I won't say this as fact, that there's some nuance. Apparently, for example, Summit County, I heard they set up their program so that it is only in effect while they're in red. And if they were to go to orange, they would just be in orange without this program. And so if there are a set of options like that we could think about this, maybe we prepare a program that goes into effect if we enter red or otherwise. Because I agree with you, Tim, that it would be unwise to try to get our restaurants' capacity into the yellow zone when at least one of our 3 metrics is still in the red zone.
Well, CDPHE won't permit it, was the conversation that I had with them. So It basically, as they said, it would be double dipping, right? We're up here, we got to here, and now they're going to get to here. They said no, so.
Yeah, and that's fantastic because I don't think we should ask. So.
I mean, the other benefit of waiting is really to see what other counties put together. There's really no sense or need to reinvent the wheel. We can potentially take, or whoever can take what's already been done and what seems to be working in some counties, and maybe replicate that moving forward.
I think that said, we're hitting 11:30 right now, and we should be prepared to move on to our next agenda item because we have our luncheon also coming in today. Our employee appreciation luncheon, if you will. So I'm kind of waiting for some people to show up over on the attendance line. But if I could, I'd like to kind of lay out the next, what I had hoped for when I laid out this next hour's item, which is a discussion or really a presentation to the county commissioners from tribal representatives regarding some of the renaming and the general historic reasons for the requests and some proposals for renaming that have come up. Not so much to discuss the merits or demerits or to take public comment or any of that, but just to begin to get oriented to the historical purposes of that. And those are for Mount Evans and what I now refer to as S-Word Pass and S-Word Mountain over on the east end of the county, also on the Mount Evans Massif. In 2017 and 18, we had proposals for each of those mountains, and we chose at that time to take no position, to take no action on it. That was mistakenly represented to the BGN, the Bureau of Geographic Names in Washington, as our opposition to name change, which is why some weeks back, a few months ago, we rescinded that opposition when we learned that we were shown as opposition in writing. There are about 4 proposals on Mount Evans right now that are out there from various entities for different names, and I'm not going to get into those right now. And then there's one for S-Word Mountain. And the reason I call it S-Word will be our guest can help illuminate for us in a little bit. And those proposals are still in flux, and everyone should know that as a county commission, and I know the other commissioners feel the same way, we'll want to take public comment and weigh any proposals before choosing to endorse what change, if any, that we would support. So there would be a public process in which our public can weigh in. But thought a good kickoff place to start this today would be to have representatives from the tribes who were most associated with the Sand Creek Massacre be able to come and kind of educate us a little bit on their own historical and tribal and personal perspective on the reasons for name change, to give us some background as county commissioners as we go forward looking at these others down the road, these other proposals. So we've invited some folks in today, and some are going to be here and hopefully we'll all make it in. We've had a couple of people. One person is now down with COVID and said she was going to try to attend, but she may not be speaking or trying to present. So the people that we have who had indicated that they would try to be here today are Wallace Bercham from the Northern Cheyenne Tribal Services Director, Silver Little Eagle from the Northern Cheyenne Tribal Council. She's a member of their council, their Congress, their council. Tiana Limpy, not sure she's going to make it, from the Northern Cheyenne, who's their Cultural Preservation Officer. Crystal Sebering from the Northern Arapaho, Cultural Preservation Officer. Fred Mosqueda from the Southern Arapaho. He's the Arapaho Coordinator of the Cheyenne and Arapaho Culture Program. Chester Whiteman, Southern Cheyenne and Sand Creek descendant, and part of the Cheyenne and Arapaho Culture Program. And not sure he's going to make it, but George Levi, an artist with a well-renowned artist with the Southern Cheyenne, and who's also a speaker on cultural and historic affairs for them. And as I look down the list over here, I see Fred's up on screen with us right now. And again, it's not for public comment. It's more just to hear from them and for us to be able to ask questions. Not really taking public opinion for or against name change at this time, just for the purpose of allowing these folks the ability to come in and speak to us freely about their history and their positions and what they believe. So I see Fred's online now, and I'm scanning down through the list. We have a few other people out there also we have a lot of respect for families from the Hayden, the Evans family originally, who have interest in this discussion. I see, I'm hoping, I see Crystal R over in the attendees, and I don't know if that's Crystal Seabearing. Another person I think we can elevate, who may by the end, if we have time, she can give us a little perspective at the end, is Jennifer Runyon from the USBGN. I see Northern Arapaho, THPO, Crystal Seabearing. There's Crystal there. And there's the Rick Williams down there. If you would bring him up, please. Lakota and Cheyenne. And if there's time today, Rick will be able to join in with them. And if for anybody else on there who's part of the tribes who came to speak today, if I'm unable to recognize your name or your handle on here, I believe you can click on, Beth, correct me if I'm wrong. I think they can hit participants from the end, from the
menu at the
yeah,
bottom.
if we click on participants, they can raise a hand to be able to come in.
Yeah, just hover the mouse over your name and you can raise your hand, or you can click in the box at the bottom of your screen that says Q&A and ask to be elevated so you can speak publicly. And I'm watching.
Yeah, so I think we want Crystal to go first from a message that I got. Is that correct? Crystal Seabearing? And you can unmute yourself, Crystal and Fred.
Don't let me.
There she is.
Hello.
So first,
Can
I'd like
you
to
hear
say
me?
welcome. Thank you very much for being here today for us. I really
Yeah,
appreciate
no
it.
problem. Let me fix my video. Hello, everybody. So my name is Crystal Seabearing, and I'm the Deputy Director for the Northern Arapaho Tribe, the Tribal Historic Preservation Office. I also have with me our tribal archaeologist, Crystal Reynolds. So there's two Crystals in our office. And I was contacted many times by different people about the changing of Mount Evans, actually. Different people, different organizations, and other tribes that were have been talking about changing the name Mount Evans. And so once I finally got invited to this group, you know, I was interested and just would really like to see, you know, the big thing now that's been coming around is land acknowledgement. And so it's just great to see people stepping towards that and building that connection towards, you know, the past pre-America and connecting it to America to today and having a stronger identity, you know, within the whole country. And so it's great to see that going forward now, because when you think about the past, where we came from when we migrated from the Great Lakes area, you know, there was no state boundaries, there was no state highways, there was nothing. It was just open land, and we all shared it. We all shared land, and we all shared hunting areas, fishing areas, you know, gathering areas. And a lot of times the misconception with tribes is that we moved around and, you know, in one big large group around America and we stuck together. And that was not the case. We always had different bands that ranged from, for the Arapaho that I speak of, we were all the way up into Canada and all the way down to Mexico, you know. And so it's hard to identify one place that the Arapaho occupied, because like we were all nomadic, we were all followed the buffalo. Colorado was like probably the main central place, not only for Arapaho, but also for other tribes to gather and come during the summer to bring what each band was responsible for their duties, like our societies and stuff, that they had to gather, you know, in the springtime, the fall time, to make medicines or different things for their responsibilities. And we came together, you know, in the summer and had our ceremonies. And a lot of times Colorado was the hub of these ceremonies that took place. And so it was not only our tribe, but as many, many different tribes, you know, across the country that connect to Colorado. It's really important area for us, and it's really beautiful, like you all know. You know, it's really beautiful. It provides a lot of awesome plants and medicines and things that can be used today that, you know, we haven't had that connection to it for a while because, you know, we've been cut off from that. And it's great that, you know, we have the opportunity to get back that connection to the land for our youth, you know, not only our youth, but for the youth of Colorado. Because what the sad thing that happens with today with our youth is a lot of them think this reservation is all we got, and this is the only place we've ever been. And they don't realize that, you know, from our migration stories and our creation stories and things like that, you know, we were all over this continent. And they don't seem to connect to that because they've always known this reservation. And it's really sad to see that happening with our youth and to not know our past, you know, as well as they should, to identify who they are as an Arapaho person. And so I think it's really important, you know. And one example, we took a youth group down to Colorado for a basketball tournament. And we actually went, because I remember hearing stories about the council tree. And I always wondered, you know, when I was young, when I went with my grandparents to powwows in Colorado and stuff, that we would always stop at this one tree, and I never knew why, you know. And she stopped there and she would pray and she would leave offerings. And so, you know, they still had that connection there, but you know, it was never told to me exactly why at that time. I was too small to like realize at the time, you know, how important it was. But that we still had those connections, you know, to the land there. And that, you know, and once I got an education, grew up, and start connecting my past to academics, you know, our traditions to academics, that I realized, hey, that's really important. Our kids should know that. They should know, and they should have that connection to who they are. You know, and it starts with the land. And I always tell them the land's our history books. Our history books is not, you know, on these pieces of paper. Our land's all over across the United States. That's our history. It tells a story. Every place tells a story, and that's our history book. And so when we took those kids down there, we went to the council tree. It got struck by lightning, and they took it down. But the area we were able to go to and pray, you know, and just kind of tell them and have that connection. But you know, it's instilling them that pride, and they were real happy to be there and to be a part of it and go home and tell their family about this tree there. And so just bringing back that history, and even, you know, to you know, not just our Arapaho students, but to everybody, all the children in Colorado, to learn that it's a great story, something to learn, and then they can have that connection because they know that, you know, something important happened there, you know, a long time ago. And that's where everybody, you know, gathered and did things and prayed. And so I think it's just a good lesson all the way around for all of our people. Colorado was so diverse, you know, before America. It was so diverse. It was probably like a very big interstate, I guess you could say, of migrations that happened through there. And so that's why it's really important to have that diversity, you know, too, nowadays with land acknowledgement, because you can't really say if it's, you know, one specific tribe that has claims to a certain area, because, you know, it was so vast. And people, you know, tribes are moving all over in Colorado. And then one thing that, you know, I always try to remind people too is that, you know, it's not an extinct concept. We still use that land, and we should still have the opportunity to go and gather and pray there. And we're still active. We're not extinct. We didn't go away. Our traditions didn't go away. You know, our ceremonies didn't go away. They're still here. You know, what we have that didn't get lost or taken from us, and we're trying to regain that back. And so, you know, to have the opportunity to identify to these areas, to have a stronger connection, and then to also utilize these areas again, you know, to heal our people, because like you see with what's going on today, you know, we need a lot of healing. You know, this earth needs a lot of healing, our people need a lot of healing, you know, and there's medicines up there that we could use. And so it's just great to start building that relationship, and, you know, with everybody and the citizens of Colorado and the people of Clear Creek County, just to have a good relationship, a good network, to build towards the future, and to set a good example, you know, for the rest of America, that this can be done, you know, and it's not giving away anything. It's just sharing our histories and our cultures and our traditions together, to make it work and to make us stronger, you know, as a people all together. And I think that it's good that to show, you know, people that Colorado's diverse. You know, we can have one mountain in Arapahoe, we can have one mountain in Cheyenne, we have one in Ute, and it just shows, you know, the networking that we have as people, and that we can actually come together and make this work, you know, for everybody, and create those connections and retell those stories, and just be a stronger community, you know, across the board. So that's pretty much all I have to say. Just thanks for your time and for listening to me. And I hope.
I think maybe Fred.
Hello, can you hear me? I'll try.
We can. Wish we could see you, Fred.
I know I don't have I'm not up to date like you all are, that you can see me. So, but I'm glad to be here. You know, and I go along with what Crystal says, because until after 1851, there was no Northern Arapahoes or Southern Arapahoes. We were all one tribe at that time. And again, Colorado was important because that was our winter grounds was on the home front, or we call the front range of the Rocky Mountains there. And from that point, there's, you know, I agree with her again that we traded from Canada to Old Mexico throughout the whole area. But our main center of winter camps was there on the front range in Colorado. And the thing that I agree with her is that we need to bring back history to show where the Arapahoes were during the time. And the thing about it is the Arapahoes were there from prehistoric times to historic times. So most of the history of Colorado is going to center around the Arapahoes being there in that area. So that's why, you know, I think it's very important that, you know, we include, we tell history as it came about. And these naming of these areas, I think it's a great way of being able to show the world, not only just the country, but the world, by naming these and tying them to the tribes that were in those areas. So, you know, I'm really excited about all this that's going on right now. You know, our and the thing, you know, is like with Mount Evans, how we collaborated with other entities that were interested in renaming that mountain, and you know, it's really starting to gather a lot of support, and you know, I'm really excited about that too. So yes, I'm here to help, and I'm really looking forward to working with you all. And it's a good thing that, you know, a lot of the other counties are starting to contact us and everything. And I'm just here to help as much as I can. Thank you.
Chester Whiteman, I see you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, would you, Chester, can you share your thoughts about the importance, please, of what this means to you, what these names mean to you?
Well, you know, we have those two names are with us every day, you know, and it needs to replace the name that it now has, so we can start healing. That's a it still causes a lot of intergenerational trauma to our people, just those names and what's associated with it, you know, today's name on that mountain. And we want to go forward with new. We don't want to we want to try to heal this intergenerational trauma that's been a burden to us for a lot of years. This isn't the only incident or atrocity that has happened to our people. We've got a long trail of things that happened to us since recorded history started. So I would appreciate a good hard push to change this name, and anything we can do to help will help. And I appreciate all you good people for listening and helping to try to change this. It's it will make a huge difference for us. Maybe we can start this healing process. People say, well, we start this healing process. That's crap. You got to change everything. You know, you got to change everything. I know we can't change history, but we can change how we handle the future history. So I would appreciate you all, and I appreciate you all for your words and your thoughts and everything. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Rick Williams.
Midako yapi, lelo betiki lilo asteo. Lakote machapi tatanka huhaska na mia oglala na ake shaela. My name is Rick Williams. I've lived here in Denver for 50 years. I'm an enrolled member of the Oglala Lakota. I'm part Cheyenne. My great-great-great-grandfather was Whitehorse. He was one of the dog soldiers here in Colorado. And I've made it a point the last 3 years, and especially over the last year, to do a deep dive into the history of what happened here in Colorado. And what I've found is one of the most horrific stories in all of America. People used to say California was bad, but what happened here in Colorado was horrific. And it begins primarily because of the gold rush. When you look at the history of Indian people in Colorado and in Denver prior to 1858, 1859, the relationships were excellent. You don't see any reports of conflict or anything. In that period of time, you have an influx of 150,000 people into the area, and 40,000 become permanent residents. And immediately things go bad for Indian people. Treaty of 1851 gave us 53 million acres in the area. It was a valid treaty. It basically gave us treaty legal title to the land. Then we jump forward to 1861, the 1861 treaty. Part of what I'm doing is trying to create a Truth and Reconciliation Commission for the state of Colorado, because when you hear the details of what happened here, it's not right. 1861 treaty, there were only 10 signatures from Indian people on that document. Only 2 of them were chiefs. Of the 6 that were Cheyennes, only 2 were chiefs. And prior to that, the Council of 44 had voted not to sign that treaty. They wanted peace, but they knew that if they came to Denver and had that conversation, there was going to be conflict, and they refused to sign it. Going forward, the Northern Cheyennes, especially 5 bands of the Northern Cheyennes, never signed a treaty. So that land was taken illegally. And consequently, we've lived with that. We've lived with the history of that land, and that's what's not being told. The truth has never been told in this, except for very few documents that you find were the actual truth of what happened here. We have oral stories about somebody in the Colorado government distributing arsenic to settlers. When Indian people were starving, they were poisoning them. I know of stories that where individuals had found horses out on the prairie and had taken them into their camp, and the military came and made them turn them in. And in one case, it was his man's own horse. They imprisoned him and starved him to death. And that's just the beginning. These are just to those early years. The whole conflict that was created by Evans, his informal declarations of war against Indians is unparalleled in history. And it's interesting because this doesn't go just to conspiracy and corruption in Colorado. It goes all the way to President Lincoln. When President Lincoln signed the 1861 treaty, he said, "I know there's corruption in the Indian Department. And as soon as this war is over with, I'm going to do something about it." Well, he didn't live to do that. So consequently, we know that there's the truth has never been told. And even later on in 1960, when the Court of Claims tried to settle this, the Court of Claims statement was the amount of land that was taken and the amount of money that was offered was unconscionable. So we know that this is a continuing thing, that at least in our lifetime, that we know these things have happened. I think the changing names are just the start of what needs to happen. We really need to deal with the truth of what happened in Colorado. And you only have to ask yourself one question, and this is what I want you all to think about. Why are there no reservations on the Front Range or on the eastern plains of Colorado? There's only one word that describes it: genocide. Those people were forced from that land, and the land was taken illegally, and it's never been dealt with. Thank you.
If any of you who are on, who have already spoken, wish to add and play off of that, would appreciate. I don't want to step in front of my commissioners. All I'm going to try to do is, from previous conversations I had, maybe draw a couple things out I've heard before. I've heard it from a few people that renaming itself doesn't do anything without education, without the process attached to it. Can any of you speak to that? Speak to the importance of renaming in education and educating our entire population?
Hello. So in terms of education, I think this is a perfect time to educate not only our tribe's community, but also the citizens of Colorado on like they spoke about, like Rick Williams spoke about, is the history and the treaties and what happened and how you know, the land they're sitting on is, you know, in the eyes of the law and treaties. You know, treaties are the supreme law of the land. That there were illegal things that happened, you know, to us for this land, and it was because of the gold rush, you know, and to tie all that together, but to provide that full perspective of history, not only like the American history, but when you put in the Native American history into these, it develops more of a whole view of, you know, what really happened and why things happened the way they did, you know. And a lot of times it's very sad and it's very traumatizing, but that's the truth, you know. Those are the facts of what happened to our people, you know. And it's just, it can't be hidden anymore, you know. And there's a lot of people, educated natives now, that are telling that story, you know. They're looking into researching that and telling the story of, you know, what really happened, the other side of the story. And we can't run from it anymore. And everybody needs to be educated on both sides of the coin, you know. And I think that an example, my son, he plays basketball in Colorado a lot, and so he's made some friends there. And he just recently told me, because even here, our own kids don't know the history of Sand Creek, and so we have to educate them here too. But not only that, is that my son asked if he knew about Sand Creek, because that boy doesn't live too far from there. And so he asked him if he knew about Sand Creek, and he didn't know anything. He said nobody ever told him, you know, the history of it. And so my son, you know, kind of told him a little bit about it, like some books to read and stuff. But he was really surprised that nobody ever told him about, you know, what happened at Sand Creek. And it's just those things, just having that connection and being able to educate each other on the past and how things came to be. And, you know, it's not pretty. It really isn't, the way things turned out. But, you know, like we said, we can heal from it. We can heal from this historical trauma that has happened. And that's the first step. And I apologize for my breathing. Like, I'm still recovering from COVID, so my breathing's a little off. But I just want to, you know, let you know that, you know, to get to that healing part, we're going to have to we're going to have some tough conversations along the way. And that's the only way that we're going to heal. And this could be the start of, you know, really good conversations and healing for everybody. And so, yeah, that's my answer on the whole thing. Thank you.
This,
Go ahead.
Fred, what, you know, what's going to happen when we start to bring people together and we start to come together at these sites and such, there's going to be stories to be told. And that's going to be the history of from the Native American side. That's where the stories are going to start to come out. What were these called? You know, what happened here? That's how come it has this name. What do we do here? There's areas in Colorado where we still go to visit, to get medicines, to get stuff that we use every day. We still do that in Colorado. Some of the schools in Colorado called me, and I would talk to the teacher. I would actually tell stories to her classes that to deal with Rapos. So, you know, there's a whole bunch of education. And when you say education, that opens up, you know, a whole bunch, a lot of information that can be given back to Colorado from our side. that was completely wiped out. You know, the thing about, you think about Colorado, how important it is to the Arapahoes, to the Cheyennes, to the Sioux. And then you look at it and there, you know, there was no Indians left in Colorado. None at all on where the area we was at. You know, the Utes were pushed clear to the southern edge of Colorado. So there is none in the areas where you all are sitting and talking from and wanting to rename. You know, they did an outstanding job of moving us out of the way. You know, and if you look at the trail of treaties, slowly moved us out of the area, the Denver area. So, so our history, you know, once we start to come together and we start to meet in different areas of Colorado, that's where you're going to hear the stories. That's where you're going to get the education from there.
Fred was very kind to ask me down to Sand Creek and allow me to go in with them on the 29th. And I was really kind of taken by it because we, with his Arapaho brothers, while the Cheyenne were across the way, and they had come from Oklahoma, and people came down that day from Wyoming and Montana because those were the places that they'd gone to live. And I was taken by what he just said. The Cheyenne and Arapaho were the primary, they were the people who were at Sand Creek. And I've learned about the fact that a lot of the tradition is kept orally. And when Fred began to describe the scene of what had happened at Sand Creek and described to his other Arapaho brothers there, it was a pretty moving experience. And it caused me to look from that point then around and up on the hill off to the where I believe the artillery was set up. And so it's a real hard thing. I don't find a lot of that conversation happening, and I didn't realize how hard it was sometimes for them to talk about it, where about 800 soldiers massed on the hill and set up the artillery and fired down on women and children and grandmothers and grandfathers holding white flags. When you go there and see that place, and then when you think about Colorado and Mount Evans and that memorialization of people and those names, and I'm sorry if I'm causing you pain to ask this question. Can you describe what's in your heart?
When this first started out, I was a lot younger, and I was asked to be part of this Sand Creek, the ones that would go and take care of that site. And my mother was alive at that time, and I went to her and I asked her, you know, what do you think of that? And she told me, leave them alone. Don't bother. You stay away from there. They're gone, so let them lie. What happened, she basically was saying, was what happened is still with us today. And so I refused to be part of that group. And then another Rapo came to me and said, the story is not being told at Sand Creek. The Rapo side is being left out. Can you tell that story? Can you make sure that the Rapos are put in there? So again, I went and I would go into the communities and I would ask these older Rapos, and again, they would tell me, we don't want to say nothing. We're told not to talk about it. And so I started trying to explain to them what I was going to try to do. I was going to go against our teachings. I was going to step out and no longer be like the elders told us to be, because the story had to be told correctly. So then I would talk to them, and then slowly but surely they came and they started to say, well, this one was there. This one died there. This one ended up, removed from our tribe. This one was moved to another place. This one finally came home. This one was wounded all her life, and lived here. And they were starting to tell me these stories of these. But I remember too, where my grandmother, who was born in 1888, she was born in, after we was moved into Oklahoma, but them old ladies would sit and sometimes they would cry, and you would listen to them talk. They only spoke Arapaho, and they would talk about this place. And then they would say, but don't talk about it. The army, we used to say the army might still come back. So this was the kind of the attitude of our Arapaho people here in Oklahoma, how they felt that way. So I had to put all that behind me and step out and start to say, okay, this is what happened. This is what the stories I've heard. This is what I've been told. And it was really hard because it was not something that was held, as a story, it was kind of like it tore our hearts out of our people to talk about this. And we have a lot of individuals here, a lot of our tribal members here in Oklahoma that are finally coming forward again and talking to me. But the feeling is still there when we sit down and we talk, and we know we try to talk around that massacre, that what happened to our people. When I went up there and I talked, when I first got to Sand Creek meeting, I asked, where are the Rapos? And they told me, nobody has any interest in them. There's no history. It's all Cheyenne. And then they told me only 2 people survived Sand Creek that were Arapaho. And I was thinking, I can name 12 right now. But I didn't say anything. I just waited. So I said, where's the Grovons? And they said, we don't know about Grovons. So this here, to have to be able to come out and to dig all, to open, you might say open wounds, and then to try to tell it, it gets very hard. I really lean on my my partner, Chester, and he tells me how they feel too, but it's like well, Randy, you've seen the difference between us when we talk of how it is, but yet I'm having to do that. And so it's very hard to talk about this Sand Creek, but there's other places in Colorado that's not talked about. There's other things that happen. What about this trail of treaties? If you look at them, there's a direction. And that's to push us away from Denver. And then, we finally ended up in Indian territory, which was a dumping site for Indians. That's why there's so many tribes here. We was all dumped here.
In Oklahoma, you mean? In Oklahoma.
Yes, by treaty. Because we were referred to stay in Colorado. That's where we want. That was our home. So yes, it's very hard to talk about these things. I hear it. We still have a lot of descendants. Even we have an elder statesman who still carries the name of Purcell. He lives here in Oklahoma. And I talk to him before this COVID, I talked to him almost every week. So there is a lot of history here, but it's hard, because the Rappos, we hold these things rather than not bring them out. So that's a little bit of how I feel about it.
Chester, do you have anything to say about how you feel when you think about the scene that day?
Would you repeat that?
I said, Fred was just talking to us about how it made him feel when he thinks about the scene that day. When we were down at Sand Creek on the 29th, and, I could tell you were moved by that quite a bit, by the thought of that scene and what it was like, what it stirred in you. Can you speak to that, please? Are you comfortable with that?
I the stories that I've heard about what happened on that day were not pretty stories. There was lies to our people to get us there. We were in the hands of, I don't know what his name was, Major Wynkoop, or whatever his name was, and he was one that started this with Black Kettle on the first negotiations of peace back in Kansas, and then on forward, what was it called, Big Timbers or something like that. And then they went to Denver to meet with Evans, and Shevington happened to be there, and they didn't like the outcome of what was proposed by the Cheyennes. It didn't set right with Evans and Shevington, so they put the Cheyennes in the hands of Wynkoop to take to Fort Lyons to set them up and take care of them and make sure they had rations and things like that. And then they took the command away from Wynkoop and gave it to somebody else that wasn't friendly with Indians. And then here comes Shevington putting martial law on the fort, so nobody would send word out to the Indians that the cavalry were coming, or the bloody, or the drunken third. That's what gets me. That we're been drinking all night trying to find something to do with the 10-foot tall bulletproof armor that they had on, that alcohol, looking for glory. And, you know, they knew where Sand Creek was and marched throughout the night to get there so they could slaughter our people. There was no thought of peace at that time. They had a few days left on their 100-day journey, you know, and they wanted to make a name for themselves. They were supposed to be out looking for hostiles, but they attacked a peaceful village that was full of retirees, you might say, elderly, young people, babies, women. You know, that it still doesn't sit right with me. You know, what if we were to do that? Just go in and wipe out a community. Where would the history be today if we did that? You know, that's inhumane what they did to our people. And it still doesn't sit right with me today. I don't know what it's going to take, you know, for me or my people to move forward, because that's always with us. That and Washita. That's the way I feel about it.
Chester is Southern Cheyenne, and Fred is Southern Arapaho, and they both live in Oklahoma. The Cheyenne and Arapaho are split between the Northern Cheyenne in Montana, the Northern Arapaho and the Wind River Range, Southern Arapaho and Cheyenne together, governing together, but still separate units in Oklahoma. And so they were split and set those different directions. And my understanding, and maybe one of you can comment, because it's kind of typical of some of the kinds of lands that were used and chosen, sent that there was one of the Native American names for Sand Creek translates in English to no water land, or land of no water. Is that true? Can you confirm that?
Yeah, there was no creek, actually. And, you know, one of the past meetings we had with the Park Service there, they said, we need to put some plants here that, you know, were native to the area, so we can, I don't know, maybe make it appealing or something. I said, what's going to grow out here? There's no water. There hasn't been any water. I said, you want to pretty this up so tourists would come? I said, you know, that's not right. And it's still not right. And I'll argue that case every day. You know, we got stuck in a place that didn't have any water, any game, and, you know, 100 miles or so away from any fort where we could get rations. I mean, we were stuck out there in nowhere. So, you know, that's my thought.
But
when they were told where to camp, and that camp was, of course, was the majority of the Cheyenne chiefs, and there was Chief Left Hand with his band was there. And there's a story that's told that Chief Spotted Wolf and his band came through there, and they stopped, and there was nothing to eat there. There was no water there. So Spotted Wolf took his band and moved on south, kind of like southeast towards the Arkansas. And he camped away from that site. And then that next morning, they told the story of hearing that battle when it started. And the first ones that went back and looked on the scene, that looked over and seen after it was over, was at camp. And that's how when Spotted Wolf went on to Little Raven's camp, that's how the news started to get out of what happened there. So there was nothing there. The only reason that they were there, them two, that the main camp was there, was because they were told to be there. They were told to camp there. They even sent John Smith there with supplies to hold them there, because Shivington wanted them right there. So yes, there was no reason for, they wouldn't be there unless they were directed to be held there.
George.
Yeah, I want to thank you all for coming and exposing yourselves to tell your stories. It's a real service for our board members to be able to understand what happened here. And I do want to follow up on a statement that was made about the intergenerational trauma, the continuing today fear of reprisal and mistreatment. Do you think that the fact that some 30 years after Governor John Evans was removed from office for his role in the Sand Creek Massacre, we chose to honor his name on a mountain contributed to that sense that perhaps the United States is not ready to treat the Native American communities fairly?
Good question.
I believe that. I believe they're not ready to treat the Native Americans fairly. Look at the U.S. Constitution. We're still listed as savages. And that's the mother document of the United States. We're still listed as savages. Second-class citizens of our own land. We don't want anything special. We just want to be treated as human beings. They look at the big picture. How much money, funding, government assistance, whatever you want to call it, is sent to third world countries? Look at our reservations. Look at our way of life. Look at the United States' own backyard. We're a struggling people. We're second-class citizens in our own country. We respect this earth, this Mother Earth, the animals, the environment. And, I think that every day. Pray that someday, you know, they'll understand, they'll see it. We have a connection with this Mother Earth. You know, we talk to the Creator daily. We want good things for our people. Not only our people, but people throughout the world. One of these days they're going to understand this. They're going to say, shoulda, shoulda, shoulda. You know, we should have done this. We should have done this. When it's too late. Look at the environment today. Yeah, I'm disappointed, you know, it's disappointing. They should do more for the Native Americans. First of all, changing that United States Constitution, taking savage out of there. There's a lot of things that need to happen. Over 500 years. And it hasn't changed since. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Sean, I see you're unmuted, and before going to you real quick, I just want to say it's about time for us to go to our Christmas luncheon with our staff, and we need to go pretty quick, but Sean, I saw you were unmuted.
I just want to express my gratitude for our special guests today, and I listened carefully for the full hour and really appreciate your willingness to come before us and share your experiences and feelings, and I look forward to future conversations. So thank you so much.
Right. And yeah, I just thank you so much for coming here and representing your history and also your nations. And you represented yourselves very well, and I look forward to those future conversations too. And when we get to talking about the specific issues in renaming, or even if it's more of the same education, I've been here only 4 years. It's one of the best meetings I've been in so far in terms of being helpful, educational. So thank you so much for being here. We're getting ready to go to our Christmas luncheon, and we'll be in touch again. I can't see if you're still on there, Fred. Yeah, I see you're there, Fred. We'll speak again soon. Crystal, thanks. Chester, thank you so much. And we'll talk again soon. Thanks.
That's it now, Bethan.
Well, it's time for our appreciation lunch. We normally like to meet and put hats on and throw gifts through the air in the courthouse, and we can't do this now because of COVID. And so I think we'll just start with some quick opening remarks. I've said a lot in the last hour, so I'm not going to say a whole lot more right now, except that I really appreciate all of our staff for having been here for us this last year and for being here today. And it's our place to be here for you today to express that appreciation. In talking to, the head of CDPHE just a couple days ago, she made the comment that we were rocking it in Clear Creek County relative to our potential exposure from COVID, relative to things that could have happened, that the actions we've taken here and the performance of our staff, along with our residents, of course, and our businesses and everyone, but especially our staff in helping to carry out the mission, has been phenomenal this year. I remember when I was a little kid and I thought, Boy, I wish exciting things would happen in my life. Man, look at all that Revolutionary War stuff and, the Great Depression and the Black Plague. Why doesn't anything like that ever happen around me? I want some drama. Well, be careful what you wish for, some excitement, because we've had it this year and our whole staff has just done an absolutely phenomenal job. And I can't say how proud I am more than ever to be part of this organization. And that's all I want to say for right now and turn it over to my fellow commissioners.
Yeah, thanks, Randy. And I have many of the same sentiments, other than I've never wished for anything terrible like that to happen in my life. And so far, I've been fairly lucky, but I've never been as, I feel very humble. I've never been as proud to be one of the leaders of an organization. I think today we're gonna call out some specific departments. We're gonna call out some specific people. But I think just across the board, our organization has really risen to the challenge. And like I said, I'm extremely proud. One of the organizations who I don't think, looking through our program, is mentioned today, I just wanted to give a quick piece of recognition to is Clerk and Recorder's Office and all of the election people who helped us pull off a phenomenal election in 2020. And, it certainly didn't happen everywhere around the country, but I think, the foundation that Pam put in there and everyone else has been involved with it. I'm also really proud that we're a county that we're a small county, but we can pull off an election in a really safe way that everyone can have a lot of confidence. So thanks so much. And I'll just turn it over to George.
Thanks, Sean, and thanks, Randy. Been the toughest year of my professional life. If it's not been the toughest year of anybody on our staff's professional life, I want to hear some stories because what we've undergone since March 1 is historic. And I've seen our staff, regardless of your role, this was just reinforced by reading the nomination letters. We've shown up. We've shown up for each other. We've shown up for our constituents. It's been an incredibly challenging situation. I think we all have been horrified with the knowledge that we've got decisions to make and rules to enforce and things to do that are going to be less than perfect. We knew in March there was no way we were going to prevent death and the failure of businesses and the eviction of people from homes. It's my belief that we have performed admirably in that stressful environment. And I think we have headed off the worst of all three of those things to date. And I am confident in our future because we've already gone through the worst of this. All we got to do is keep sprinting like we're in a sprint for about 6 to 12 more months. And I when I'm working late at night trying to get my little piece of this thing done, I know that there's others out there that are working too late at night. And so I think I'll stop talking there and just express my extreme gratitude and honor to be part of this team.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And with that, we come to some awards. And we have
Randy, can I interject one?
Yes, please.
Can you see the picture on the screen of Bob Loeffler's office?
I do.
So I think that the sheriff has something to say.
The sheriff, who's he?
Well, all right, we have Bob hostage. We're not letting him go until our demands are met. Kidding. So, hey, Sheriff Bruce Snelling, Sheriff Rick Albers, Captain Brown, Captain Hardy, we're with Bob Loeffler. We know that he's leaving us. We just want to give him a special award from the sheriff's office with our greatest gratitude and thanks that Bob dedicated, I don't know, like 1 million years to the Clear Creek County community. And we just want to thank him for putting up with us. So on behalf of the sheriff's office, we thank you.
Thank you. That is fantastic, you guys. That's fantastic.
Okay, we're letting him go.
Thank you for 5 minutes, guys. Appreciate it.
I thought we had a choice. You said there were demands. Well, we'll
All
come
right,
back.
it's all yours. Thank you for the time.
So we have awards again this year, and a number of them here, and so we're going to run top down on these. For the first time, we have awarded an entire department, nominated and awarded an entire department. The Public Health Department of Clear Creek County, the entire department gets our special award, our highest award. Each member of this staff, and I'll name them off among them, and you'll notice at least one glaring omission, but I'll come to that in just a second. Tim Ryan, Andrea Groman, Emily Coupin, Rebecca Abrahamson, Gary Haig, Denise Tennant, Olivia Watson, Alyssa Denberg, Sarah Sage, $500 apiece. Bonus. It goes with this. All of you, I can't say enough. When we talked a little bit ago about how important it was, what we've accomplished here this year, from a few people were added along the way as we built this team, but from the moment the starting gun went off, everybody gets up every morning running as hard as they can, and nobody ever says no. You'll note that Crystal Brent was not listed on there, and that's because she is singled out along with Suzanne Bocha for having done especially important jobs and carried us on this with their leadership and their service. And so Crystal and Suzanne are each receiving $1,000 bonus for having done that this year.
Here, here.
And I'm very, very proud of that entire bunch, the whole bunch. Tim is, everybody knows what Tim is. He's the COVID gunslinger. That's all there is to it, he's a steely-eyed gunfighter for sure. And everyone else, though, has contributed so much. I've known Crystal for a lot of years. I've been to several of my wife's high school reunions with Crystal because they graduated from school together. And I don't know how many people know that Crystal was also working in public health in Alaska before this, and came here because she wanted to come back and do the same thing in Clear Creek County. It was really important for her to come home. And that was a real break. A real break for all of us. And George, Sean, would you like to say anything about this bunch?
Good for you, Crystal.
I'd like to hear from Tim, if you might have some comments about it.
Yeah, Tim, about your staff. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Each one of them has been an absolute brick in our foundation, with never the words saying no, but what can I do and how can I help? It's just been absolutely amazing. It's made my job so much easier when you have a team that's not only competent and confident and they know what they're doing. It makes my job a heck of a lot easier. So, and I agree with Crystal. Crystal and Sarah ran, I don't know how the hell they did it, to be quite honest. They ran the show before I got there. And I was absolutely amazed at what they had already accomplished. So yeah, I couldn't agree more. Crystal, hands down, is the winner. I'd give her more if I had it. So everyone on the team, you are absolutely invaluable, and we very much appreciate your steadfast commitment to not only your job, but to the people in the community. They rely, as you know, very heavily on us in this last 10 months and will continue to do so. But I have all the confidence in the world that you will continue to fulfill the role that you've chosen and make the community proud. So.
Sean and George.
I'll just add a special thanks to you, Crystal. You really showed phenomenal leadership before Tim showed up. I mean, I don't think anyone was ready for what came, and we certainly weren't ready for it. And you were ready for it. So thank you.
Gee, I don't think I have anything to add. You guys, you honor us through your excellence.
So in addition, we have annual merit employee awards for a few more people here. And what I'd like to do is turn that over to George and Sean to read a few of these off. This is we just can't, without being here with a Santa outfit on and dancing around in front of the stairway, it's just not the same thing, but this is.
Well, I'll read a couple of them and then I'll turn it over to you, George. And I think everybody realizes the way this works is this isn't something that the commissioners decide. This is something that your supervisors, your peers, people who report to you decide. So it's coming from people who know the most. The first one's Mary Bernal, and even though I don't live in Idaho Springs, I heard a lot about what happened there and the quick action that we took, and Mary's specific key role in making sure that the people who were affected were well taken care of. So essentially, this was a special recognition for her work that happened just a few weeks ago, and for that, she's been given $300. Zach Mentz, facilities manager, promoted at the end of 2019 to inherit and inherited the pandemic of 2020, creating a plan to essentially keep us all safe with the modifications that happened in the different facilities here in Clear Creek. So for that, we're super grateful, and I'll turn it over to you, George.
Okay, yeah, I'll do a couple of these here. Next on the list is Anne Marie Smith, who earned Colorado Transportation Specialist of the Year. And just along the way to this much greater award of Clear Creek County Merit. She revamped the prospector routes and the schedule to get us prepared to reopen in July. She installed COVID-19 mitigation to all the buses to keep drivers and riders safe, and has really done a great job with that program. The next is, this is a co-award, although you don't have to split the bonus. Marsha Williams and Katie Marquardt, these are the nurses in the jail. They went well above and beyond to keep the jail population healthy, innovating, testing regularly, etc. So thank you guys for your efforts. And then maybe I'll do, let's see here. I'll do one more and then let Sean close us out. Kate Gramillion, our human resource person. Kate worked within extremely short timeframes to develop COVID-19 policies to protect all of our employees. She was involved in every hire that we made, all of these new wonderful staff people. It was her who was creating the job descriptions, figuring out how much to pay them, etc. This is no small amount of work. I know that she's been working in the evenings very often to keep us all where we need to be, and we're grateful.
The next one's Damian Kistler in the Sheriff's Office, and Damian is the face of our county for folks who are physically visiting us. And this nomination came, I believe, from Brenda and her team over at the Clerk and Recorder's Office. And in as much as a lot of people in our county need to physically go to Georgetown to take care of some business, she just wanted to make sure everybody knew that Damian had really represented us well in a very friendly way, still enforcing the type of safety regulations that needed to take place. And she just wanted to make sure that he was recognized for that. So good work, Damian, good work. And I wanted to go back to something that George said, and I've said it a couple times, but jails all around our state had breakouts, and the public or the nurses in the jail played a role. The sheriff, I think, really played a key role in terms of his preparation and putting new procedures in place. And as far as I heard, if something happened down there, it didn't come to the board's level. So just a huge shout out to our law enforcement team down there for keeping our guests down there safe. The last one, I'm going to start it, and I think I'll turn it over to Keith. Christine is another one of the folks who really distinguished herself, moving from the Colorado State Extension Office to, I don't know if you were a writer in your college paper or where that came from, but essentially small counties like us really don't need a PIO until we need one. And our communication with the public, I think, has been really good. I think we've been very timely in terms of the messages that have come out. And I think, Christine, you have done a phenomenal job of working with the commissioners, working with public health, working with Keith and his team to make sure that the right message went out to the right places, to the right people, and it had the right tone. So I don't know, Keith, if you want to say a few words too.
Sure. Thanks, Sean. Indeed. Chris, thank you so much for just jumping in and assisting where assistance was needed. The communication style that you have is tremendous. And the entire organization, I believe, appreciates who you are and what you do for the organization and for the community. So Chris, thank you, thank you, thank you. And then let me just say a couple other words. A lot has already been said from the commissioners and others, but I really do wanted to say thank you to the entire organization. You guys are amazing. And we've had unprecedented situations these last, 9 months, almost a year now, but the last 9 months were something that none of us have ever seen or experienced before. And the entire organization, all of the employees really stepped up. You provided support where support was needed. I have really appreciated your commitment to the organization and to the community. I appreciated the engagement that you have and all those contributions that you made. And so thank you to not only the people that we recognized here today with the special awards, but every employee within the organization deserves a pat on the back. And because of that, I am very pleased to announce that all of you within the organization will be receiving a day off, basically an extra day off throughout the upcoming year or the end of this year or the upcoming year. Thanks to the Board of County Commissioners. They're the ones that really promoted that idea, but we just wanted to do something to recognize everyone in the organization. So you'll be hearing from Kate, more work for you, Kate, but you'll be hearing from Kate as far as the mechanics on how this will work. But again, just as a token of our appreciation, everyone will receive an extra day off in the organization. So thank you all. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Randy. You're muted, Randy.
I'm going to say you threw me off. The reverse order now. I'm almost got to turn the sheet upside down to understand this. We have a person that we'd like to recognize here who's already been recognized once today. And his name is Bob Loeffler, our county attorney. Bob has been a stalwart. He has continually made sure that the county commissioners at least appear as often as possible to look like they know what they're doing. And keeps us out of jail. He does a lot of really good things. And so we prepared this resolution of appreciation for Bob. A resolution in appreciation of Clear Creek County Attorney Bob Loeffler for over 19 years of meritorious service to Clear Creek County. We have just a really small, short piece. And for the other two commissioners, I'll just read the first roughly third of it and then turn over to each of you. And if you want to leave me a piece at the end, that's fine, or you can finish it out. Whereas Robert, better known as Bob, the weatherman, has served Clear Creek County for over 19 years, and the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners desires to publicly recognize Bob's dedication to the county constituents and to past county commissioners. And whereas Bob deserves a proper gift of thanks and appreciation for these many years of service, we hope the following will do. You had just come to Clear Creek County, a man on a mission, and oh, by the way, can you help us form an open space commission? There was James Peak Wilderness and BLM lands to sell. And by the way, did we mention we really want a monorail? You took on Guanella Pass, handled it like a champ. You showed us you were a real person and joined the employee boot camp. Your job requirements were many. You relocated to Brookvale School. You turned ISDS into OWTS to avoid a cesspool. You created leases for the rodeo and the Sportsman's Club too. You avoided the RS 2477 dilemma so the county didn't get screwed. You stood by the commissioners when they had to say goodbye to the Berthoud Pass ski area. You showed them that they did try. We survived the fire bans and droughts and even the Fountain Gulch fire. You made the Golden Willow lid something to be admired. We had entertaining guests, which resulted in jail inspections, and you helped get us the BLT going in the Greenway direction. You took us on a journey to liberating the Beaver Creek watershed. You helped us with noxious weeds to make sure they were all dead. You mastered the liquor licenses and special event permits. Even after those St. Mary's ski area meetings, you still didn't quit. Your cross-country skied to work during the blizzard of 2003. You became quite the expert at declaring emergencies. Albeit not a pet owner, you were not stuck in a funky mindset. You helped us across the finish line to build a shelter for our pets. There was CDOT, FHWA. Don't forget the PEIS. You negotiated the record of decision like a mastermind of chess. And Sean.
A quick break. Beth wrote all of this, as far as I know, and I think she did a fantastic job. But wait, there's more to come. There were master plans and ordinances and even resolutions. There were mine by proceeds, a Henderson mine solution. There was road naming and addressing and remodeling of the jail. There were reservoirs and storage rights and making water for sale. There was this one intern who came at a small cost. It was a good thing you were nice to him, as he turned out to be your boss. That's Tim. You helped us establish an amazing resource center. There was also construction in Clear Creek to create a whitewater epicenter. There were MOUs, MOAs, and even IGAs. There were numerous late nights about the Central City Parkway. There was that crazy slacker races where you volunteered to help Beth. There was the West Munster dog show where you judged worst breath. There was Silver Plume, Empire, Georgetown, and Idaho Springs. There were executive sessions with hours of fun, especially those personnel things. There were goals and objectives and compensation plans. Just when you thought you had a break, there came Shadows Ranch. You helped the county with a new ski area to play. Along came Echo Mountain and a water client that paid. There were building codes and zonings and a new Georgetown place to enter. Because of you, we enjoy the Gateway Visitor Center. The county started growing. We weren't sure where to put employees next. You helped us solve the issue by facilitating the purchase of the annex. A couple more. You survived a challenging time and didn't put us in the doghouse. The disruption of your office when we remodeled the courthouse. You outlasted many commissioners, not quite sweet as honey, but you really came through at the party when Beth asked you if you could be funny. On to you, George.
Right, I guess that's my cue. Just when you thought the pace might slow down, in came the 2013 floods and washed away our ground. There was road and bridge budgets and roads named Oh My God, but doing road history meetings was like a kick in the quad. There was the Twin Tunnels project and the peak period shoulder lane. There was I-70 congestion, which consistently provided pain. There was the Health Services District and the challenge of OHVs. Then you became popular, joining the Clear Creek Rotary. You protected us through Cora and implemented AEDs. You took on a foreign study, helping us with our broadband needs. A foreign study, okay. There were complicated topics, and you tried to be quite gentle. Then came a real challenge, the intro of short-term rentals. You participated in community projects, places like the old schoolhouse in Georgetown and the old Clear Creek Middle School, which is still spinning around and around. Then there was the sale of land and water at Georgetown Lake. This was a lot of work requiring extra chocolate cake. We all know how Beth gets things done. Then you wanted to retire. You told us you really meant it. But just before you run away, could you help us build a nice health clinic? So if you stuck it out a while longer, issues of backcountry and recreation, it's a good thing you spent all that time in school so you'd know how to handle the marijuana situation. Now it's the end of 2020. Retirement is becoming vivid. But just to make the send-off really a challenge, let's fill the year with COVID. Worry not, you will escape. We wanted to share a few memories. Please know that we are forever grateful and you are a part of Clear Creek history.
Woohoo!
You're muted, Randy.
Bob's work isn't done.
No. Whereas Bob is leaving the county to finally do all the things he has been meaning to do, sleep for 7 days in a row, not answer his phone, and finally subscribe to cable and watch television. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Clear Creek County Board of Commissioners adopts this resolution of appreciation for meritorious service performed by Clear Creek County Attorney Robert Luffler. And be it further resolved that the original copy of this resolution shall be presented to Bob, and that this resolution shall become part of the permanent records of Clear Creek County. And be it even further resolved, Bob, you will be truly missed. Adopted this 22nd day of December 2020 at a regularly scheduled meeting of the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners. And I would also like to personally say that I have found your humor along the way to be a very sustaining influence for my job here. I love it and have appreciated it the whole time. I look at it almost like a friendship. And I mean that it actually is.
Well, thank you very much. Thank all of you. It's a little bit strange doing this on television or whatever. It's a little easier in a room altogether. And I regret that I can't walk through the courthouse and speak to each of you, but I cannot. And I won't be political and call out one or another person. It has been such a pleasure to work for the county and work with all of you and your predecessors. I do want to, however, mention Annette. Without her, this ship wouldn't have sailed, let me tell you. Not for a minute, let alone 19 years. So thank you, Annette. And thank all of you.
I just had a couple other really quick things to add to what Randy said. Bob, I hold you in the highest regard because you are a true professional. And I'm so glad that your replacement didn't show up last year and that we benefited from your wisdom and your experience over this last year when we dealt with a lot of difficult issues. And I think that, like Randy said, I don't know if you were a referee, but there were some contentious conversations and there had to be an adult in the room between Randy and George and I, and it wasn't always us. So I think you really helped steer those conversations and really be a trusted advisor for the Board of County Commissioners. So I just wish you very well in whatever lies ahead. And I appreciate the chance of getting to work with you, Bob.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I'll add just a little bit. I just want everybody to know, what Bob goes through in one-on-one conversations with his commissioners and in executive session. So I'm a fan of bad ideas. I love coming up with bad ideas. And I've learned that Bob is the person to run those bad ideas by. You always need somebody who could just be frank and honest. and Bob has always provided that, and done so enthusiastically. And so I want to thank you, Bob. You've spent a lot of time helping me understand the restrictions on county government and what we can and cannot do. And you've really kept us out of trouble, because some of those ideas, they were just bad. So we'll miss you.
Yep.
Well, some of them were bad, but thank you very much, George.
And just one thought from me. Thank you, Bob, for being here. I probably wouldn't be at Clear Creek County if it wasn't for Bob. I think some of you know that Bob and I worked together numerous years, a number of years at Eagle County. So Bob and I go way back, and it's been great working with Bob at Eagle County. It's been great working with Bob here. As the commissioners have said, we've all learned so much from Bob's wisdom, his experience, and I think just the way that he approaches problems and issues. And Bob, I consider Bob part of my quote unquote kitchen cabinet. And my gosh, I probably talk to Bob 2 or 3 times a day about all things Clear Creek County, a lot of them not legal. But I shouldn't say not legal. They're not legal related. But Bob certainly gives me a lot of advice on a lot of different topics, and I'm going to miss that. Although I do know where he lives. I have his phone number, so maybe we can continue that off the record conversation. But Bob, thank you so much for all of your contributions and for being a good friend. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, for you and I, it goes back to 1994.
Well, but Bob needs to know he's not off the hook yet, because I think do we need another executive session after this meeting? Seems like, I think we do.
I am sorry to tell you that we didn't finish this morning. We do need another executive session.
Well, glad to keep you pulling on the harness for, right to the bitter end. So you can keep pulling us along here today as well. But I think we have some closing remarks to do. And it's hard to say, it's hard to know what to say for closing remarks after everything we said at the opening. I think one thing I would say is that what we're in right now and the work that we're doing continues into next year. And my confidence level is extremely high going into next year, knowing that we've had a team that's shown it can make good decisions and then do the work based on those good decisions and get things done. And so I just want to reiterate what we all said at the outlet was how proud we are to be working with this organization, and knowing that we have a staff, we have a team, we have a family here that that makes me feel like, despite whatever's going on out there in the world, whether the forest is burning down in every county around us, or there's an epidemic sweeping through, or any number of things going on, that I have confidence when I get up in the morning that when we work together, we'll be well enough informed to collectively make good decisions, because of the support and the information that we get from our staff, and the knowledge that when we come up with that decision, whatever it is, we're going to execute it to the best of our ability. We're going to keep people safe, and we're going to keep this place going. I mean, the sustainability of this county right now is really embodied in the staff of this organization. And I just can't say enough about how proud I am and happy I am that you let me hang out with you and do this.
Thanks, Randy. I just saved a couple of things I wanted to mention at the end. So the board has 2 direct reports. We've been talking a lot about Bob and giving him a good send off. I also wanted to call out the contributions of Keith, the county manager. He's the other employee of the Board of County Commissioners. Keith, on vacation, whether he was in Vail, whether he was in Georgetown, I think did a phenomenal job of keeping the ship running. And we had so many things come up, really last minute hires, And Keith was really at the center of all those conversations. And I know Keith is getting ready to retire next year. So I'll hold back some of my comments for a future time, but I just wanted to let you know, Keith, that I really appreciate all the work that you've done. And we couldn't have pulled it off this year without your help. The other person I wanted to mention, and I referenced her, Beth. Beth is another person who does so much more than any of you would imagine. And whether it was writing that 38 verse poem to honor Bob, or making chocolate cake for a staff person or a commissioner's birthday, she really makes it a fun place to work. And we really appreciate everything that you do. And the last thing I'll just say, I wanted to publicly express my appreciation for my colleagues, for George and Randy. I mean, we went through a lot of contentious conversations this year. And I think all of us had a view towards finding the truth and to finding the best solution. And sometimes it can be hard to enter into a position and make some strong statements and then be forced to have a beat a hasty retreat when you hear better ideas. But I'm proud to be part of this group. And, I think that this will probably end up being one of the highlights of my professional career. So I appreciate being on the team. So thank you. And I'll turn it over to you, George.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate you and Randy as well. What I had in mind is just to talk about the efforts of people who were not nominated for this merit award. I spent not a lot of time in county buildings, and every time I was, whether I was in IT, hearing about all of the pile of tickets that they have for help with because we're all suddenly working from home and needing more help, or examples can go on, but I don't need to belabor them. I just want everybody to take a moment and just think about who you might have nominated if you would have had the time or taken the time. I suspect we can all come up with a good handful of people really fast. And the thing I want to point out is that I bet each and every one of you is on somebody's list. Somebody has seen the extraordinary efforts that you made this year. And you've seen the extraordinary efforts of a colleague of yours who also didn't get this award. I think we're all deserving of commendations. And I want to ask us all to, as we move forward through this difficulty, have patience with one another and express gratitude with one another as often as we can. It is not a waste of time to express gratitude to your colleagues for what they're doing for you and what we're all doing together for our community. We are making a real difference here. We've never had a better opportunity to make people's lives better.
Yep. There's never been a better time to be appreciative of other people than right now. Everybody can use it. As I look around the screen and scroll down the list, I see a ton of people we could have given an award to as easily. And it's not to say anything dismissive about those who did get the awards and their effort. It's just that across the board, there's so many. As I look down through here, I can pick a ton of people out that have just been working their butt off and work their butt off at being really good to work with too, and make our lives easier. I really appreciate it. And with that said, unless somebody else wants to unmute and say something about their fellow colleagues or anything, and that's perfectly permissible at this moment. Anybody have anything to say?
I'd just like to wish everyone a happy, healthy, safe holiday season. Please enjoy. Thank you.
And with that, I think I will therefore say my magic words that I have to say at the end of almost every meeting, which is, I move that we move into executive session for the following purposes. Bob, you're back to work.
Discussion of the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub A.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 We will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept of the session. And because we will not be returning to open session, I have to say the following words for archive purposes. We have completed our executive session and no written minutes were kept of the session.